You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News for December the 8th, 2025. Good morning, Rev Cindy.
Good morning. How are you?
Chilly. I went outside this morning and did my morning walk and it was minus 21. Brr.
Yeah, we had those kinds of temperatures the other day.
Yeah. It's feeling like minus 25 or 26 or something. But the sun is nice.
Very good. We have a snowstorm going on here, one of these nor'easter type Alberta, whatever they're calling it. Tons of snow.
Well, I can tell you we got blue sky here. So we'll send it your way. So you get our weather eventually.
Oh, yeah.
Anything new and exciting before we get into the news?
Well, I've been off the last week. It's been a week. I had a terrible fall 3 weeks ago tomorrow, and I've been healing from that, as you know. And then in the middle of healing from that, my father was diagnosed with cancer, and I had to take a couple of days off to worry and just send energy to my dad. But surgery was successful. They got everything, and we're very happy about it.
Good. And he's healing. Good. That's important.
I was chatting with him yesterday, and he actually was finally sounding like himself. So
good.
Yeah.
Good. Send some healing vibes his way for us.
I appreciate it all.
All righty. Well, let's hope Dad is bounces right back and gets right at it very shortly, and we'll get right at the news with the first story of the day.
Yeah, coming to us from CTV News. This one hits home here in Nova Scotia. Mi'kma'ki chiefs frustrated with calls for crackdown on illegal Nova Scotia cannabis dispensaries.
The 13 Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq chiefs say the provincial government's calls for a crackdown on illegal cannabis dispensaries, including on reserve dispensaries, misunderstand treaty rights. Although our perspectives may differ, it's important to state that the province does not govern our communities, says Chief Terence Paul in a news release from the Assembly of Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq Chiefs.
We have a right to self-governance and self-determination, Paul said. This is a clear example of what happens when the province will not come to the table with us from the outset. An archaic government process we've experienced far too often in our communities.
On Thursday, Justice Minister Scott Armstrong called on the police to step up enforcement and shut down illegal cannabis shops. A recent scan by the province found that there are at least 118 dispensaries in Nova Scotia, which they say legal dispensaries, compared to 51 NSLC cannabis shops.
Wow, that has gone up in the last year. A year ago, it was only 50.
Yeah.
Protecting Nova Scotians means strengthening our efforts, advancing new measures, and shutting down the shadow market before it can cause more harm to public health and safety, said Armstrong. Armstrong sent a letter to the 13 Mi'kma'ki chiefs asking for their cooperation in shutting down these stores.
The Assembly said it reached out to the Nova Scotia government about what the regulation of cannabis could look like in Mi'kmaq communities when the federal government legalized cannabis in 2018, but they claim the province rejected those requests. The news release reads that our regulatory system could not proceed.
Yeah. The result is exactly what we predicted, a system that does not and cannot work in our communities, the release says. Attempting an approach in 2025 that ignores previous opportunities to work together and the formal existing channels to work nation to nation is disrespectful.
Last April, the province launched new regulations to allow licensed NSLC supplied stores on reserves, with proceeds staying in the community. So far, only one Mi'kmaq community has signed up, according to the NSLC.
Yeah, we'll have ongoing negotiations and discussions with First Nations, Armstrong said. But right now, the only legal distributor of cannabis in Nova Scotia is the Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation. The Assembly said the RCMP needs to respond to the priorities of the chiefs and councils in each community.
Minister Armstrong must understand that the province does not have jurisdiction to govern our communities, nor do they have a complete understanding of what happens in our community, says Chief Paul. Therefore, they cannot decide what is best for our members.
We hold Aboriginal title, Aboriginal rights, and treaty rights over our territory of Mi'kma'ki. The jurisdiction protects our autonomy and our identity. Nova Scotia must realize that non-collaborative approach was never, nor will ever, be appropriate or acceptable.
I'm going to mess this up. Sipnick Chief and Council also said they are appalled by the direct threat to our community's safety by the province's focus on enhanced enforcement at illegal cannabis dispensaries. Now, the Chief Michelle Glasgow says in a statement, using public safety as a reason to override our inherent rights to self-govern and implement our treaty is a modern economic context is appalling. These are abuses of colonial power.
Absolutely. The province's actions through the Minister of Justice are acts of systematic racism and inciting hate against the Mi'kma'ki people, labeling us the problem. And this narrative is absolutely disgusting. This Spinaki chief and council said the government and police need to focus on illicit drugs like fentanyl and opiates.
Legal expert Wayne McKay says he was also surprised by the Attorney General's directive, warning it may push legal boundaries in terms of jurisdictional control and Indigenous sovereignty, but it could also represent political interference in policing. Goes on to say that it's not a clear violation. It's kind of a borderline case. It's not, for example, directly like what U.S. President Donald Trump is doing, targeting specific individuals or operations, but it's a little to that borderline that it's really the concern there.
Attorney General Armstrong maintains the law is clear and that Nova Scotia Liquor Commission stores are the only legal retailers of cannabis in Nova Scotia, and that includes on reserves. While the province maintains this is a public health and safety issue, McKay questions where finances factor in with the current PC government, which is facing a forecasted $1.2 billion deficit this year. The cannabis industry has been lucrative, seeing profits grow each year since it was legalized in 2018.
Now, the NSLC cannabis sales totaled more than $127 million last year. That's up from 121 in 2023-24. And there's some numbers there for the years. Now, McKay believes there could be financial reason behind the attempt of the government to strengthen its grip around what they call the shadow market. But the Attorney General didn't say how much money he believes is involved.
It's hard not to think that finances wouldn't be one of those factors, said McKay. But their main argument stated in the directive is public safety, and that is a classic and justifiable reason for limiting people's rights in the name of public safety. But they need to clearly lay out the public safety concerns. Oh, yeah, listen, because I can go on
Yeah.
and on and on. Public safety, listen, Organigram poisoned me. I know other people that Organigram poisoned, and they all did that under the law. So don't even talk to me about public safety when your legal stuff is hurting people. And not all of it, by the way, but some of it is. Armstrong addressed the public health and safety concern in his letter to the chiefs. Says the saying the NSLC retail framework restricts the sale of cannabis to youth and guarantees that all products sold are safe for consumption and meet Health Canada standards. And it limits the ability of organized crime to penetrate and profit from the illegal cannabis market.
The RCMP says mandate letters from government are routine, and the directive from the Justice Minister doesn't change their policing approach. Now, we are committed to respectively collaboratively relationships with First Nations communities, says Constable Mandy Edwards, who's the public information officer with the RCMP Halifax Department. She says that we will ensure enforcement is carried out respectively.
Well, yeah, and the police would not say whether they have conducted any raids since the directive came out Thursday or if they plan to do so.
There you go. Yeah, it's it's getting nasty down there from what I'm reading as far as them wanting to shut down the reserves and stuff, and here in Ontario, as you know, I'm in the middle of 2 reserves that got like a total of like 80 to 100 stores.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, going down, I mean, I love to go to the Green Mile where the healing house is. Like, I mean, literally, you start on one end and you go for 2 kilometers, and, there are literally 50 to 60 dispensaries as you drive down those 2 kilometers. It's insane. When they say it's the Green Mile, they truly mean it's the Green Mile.
Yeah, and
by the way, in the middle of
I haven't heard our government talk at all about doing anything.
No. In the middle of all of that, there is, in that particular Green Mile, there is a child care facility.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And there's also a community center. And I believe a school as well.
A school, restaurants. Yep.
Yeah.
And everybody's okay.
Yeah. Gas stations. They had to lower the speed limit because there was just so much traffic. So many people were going there. So. All right, time for us to move on to the next story of the day. Here we go.
Coming to us from StratCan, medical cannabis registrations stabilize in early 2025 while personal production licenses decline.
Oh. The number of medical client registrations with federal licensed sellers remained relatively stable in the first 3 months of 2025 after several years of declines, according to the newest update from Health Canada. Registrations for personal and designated cultivation of cannabis for their own medical purposes decreased 28%, while exports increased exponentially. 28%, that means more than a quarter of the people that were licensed to grow their own cannabis just aren't doing it now.
Yeah. There were 161,267 such registrations as of March 2025, compared to 160,705 in December of 24. Then it went up. Declines began in late 2019 after a peak of nearly, we're talking about just licenses here, I think, 370,000 such registrations with federally licensed medical cannabis sellers. The decline was briefly interrupted by a significant increase in the second half of 2020. Registrations with federally licensed sellers saw Ontario leading with about 82,500, representing just over half of the total. Alberta followed with almost 22,000, and Quebec was third with just over 16,000. Nova Scotia slightly surpassed British Columbia by about 500. Go Nova Scotia.
Now, Atlantic Canada, with a combined population of nearly 3 million in 2025, accounted for 23,611 total registrations. When analyzed on a per capita basis, Saskatchewan recorded the highest number of registrations, really, followed by PEI, Alberta, Newfoundland, Labrador, and then Ontario. Now they say while registrations with federal licensed sellers remain steady, the number of individuals registered with Health Canada for personal and designated cultivation of cannabis for their own medical purposes decreased 28%. That's from 15,767 to 11,304. This represents a significant decline compared to with a 5% decline in the previous 6 months.
This represented a decrease of 4,463 registrations for personal designated production from 3 provinces, British Columbia, Quebec, and Ontario, with the numbers listed there. The category of authorization has shown significant decrease from a peak of just over 47,000 such registrations in September of 2021, although it saw a brief resurgence in 2024.
The majority of individuals who assess cannabis for medical purposes under the Federal Cannabis Act and its regulations do so by obtaining cannabis products from federally licensed sellers. The average daily amount authorized by healthcare practitioners for these individuals who access from federally licensed sellers has ranged from 2 to 2.5 grams per day since the Cannabis Act came into force in October 2018.
2.6.
Yeah, like 3 grams for like
2.6.
yeah. So you're looking at, let's say, let's just look at the veterans end, $6 per gram. So that's $18 per day times 30 days. That can add up to a lot of money.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. They cover half of my prescription right now, and it's quite expensive.
And just think of the people who don't have any coverage.
Listen, I mean, when I see my bills every month that VAC pays, and I get it. It's expensive out there, and this is where I think a lot of the Indigenous dispensaries come in that we were just talking about, that offer much better deals and much better rates than some of the cannabis that we have legally. The average daily amount authorized by healthcare practitioners for individuals registered to access cannabis for medical purposes from federally licensed sellers was 2.5 grams per day. The average daily amount authorized by healthcare practitioners for individuals registered with Health Canada for personal or designated production, however, was more than 10 times larger at 33.4 grams per day. This has remained relatively stable since mid-2023, but is down from a peak of 44.9 in early 2022. There were 4,172 healthcare practitioners associated with registrations made in the previous 12 months with federally licensed sellers, and 764 associated with active personal designated production registrations.
Of these, there were just 169 healthcare practitioners who authorized amounts equal or above 25 grams per day, and only 5 who authorized amounts equal to or above 100 grams per day. The majority, that's 82%, of healthcare practitioners who authorized amounts equal to or above 25 grams per day were located in British Columbia and Ontario. All healthcare practitioners who authorized amounts equal to or above 100 grams per day were also located in BC and Ontario.
The amount of dried cannabis Health Canada has endorsed for export has continued to increase, reaching a new high of 31,560.19 kg in February 2025, before dipping slightly to 31,134.68 kg in March of 2025. This represents a 124% year-over-year increase from March of 2024. Cannabis oil exports also reached a new high of 3,756.58 liters as of March of 2025. These figures have fluctuated significantly on a monthly basis, having exceeded 3,000 liters 2 other times since January of 2024.
And there you go. Numbers. You know, it's nice that the licenses are remaining steady. I was surprised by the going down. Like, I can't see where people would think it was cheaper to just go to the store and buy it.
Yeah, way cheaper, much cheaper. When you count in the cost of your electricity, your time, what you have to do to prepare it, to look after it, to cut it, to everything else, when you can go to an Indigenous store and get it for $2 or $3 a gram.
I don't know. That's what I like now about growing outside, is that the sun doesn't cost you money.
Yeah. Here in Nova Scotia, that's
But I
a little
understand
harder.
the electricity cost. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, just because of it gets so damp, and like I mean, the last number of years, I'd say the last 4 years, almost everybody I know that grows has lost, anywhere between 80 to 100% of their grow,
Oh,
simply because
really?
it's become musty, moldy, like bud rot set in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I got
So if you stop and compare all that for not necessarily, on the inside of Canada, but on the edges, like in and around the oceans, it gets awfully hard to grow.
and there are patients that, I know one, for example, that grew 2 plants, but they only got 3 ounces off the 2 plants.
Yeah. So
You can
yeah,
have a
it's
big crop, but still, it's, if you're going to, if you don't have access to an indigenous store and you're going to just regular stores, you're paying like $500 a month for 2 to 3 grams a day.
for 3 grams a day, my bill is around $800 a month.
Well, there you go. Perfect example. I didn't pay $800 a day to grow, $800 a month to grow my own cannabis when I was growing
Now,
indoors.
mind you, I'm ordering everything pre-rolled. It would be about 550 if I were ordering it unrolled.
So yeah, easy
Yeah.
math, $6, $18 a day times 30. 500 and well, basically $500. Yeah.
Yep.
So alrighty, yeah, I know, eh? That's what I like about the indoor-outdoor license. You're not paying for that electricity through the summer. Trying to keep things cool, adding the air
Yes.
conditioner and everything. So, all right, on to the next story.
Coming to us from Marijuana Moment. Doctors could legally administer Schedule 1 drugs or medicines, I should say, like MDMA and psilocybin to seriously ill patients under new bipartisan bill in Congress.
The bipartisan House and Senate lawmakers have introduced a bill to Congress to allow doctors to administer Schedule 1 drugs or medicines, such as certain psychedelics, to patients with life-threatening conditions. The Freedom to Heal Act, sponsored by Senators Cory Booker and Rand Paul, as well as Reps Madeline Dean and Nancy Mace, aims to expand on the country's right to try law.
Policy creates an exception with the Controlled Substances Act, the CSA, that gives qualified patients access to potential therapies that haven't yet been approved by the FDA. This is really cool. The lawmakers noted that the FDA has designated 2 psychedelics, MDMA and psilocybin, as breakthrough therapies for treatment of serious mental health conditions. Yet the Drug Enforcement Administration, the DEA, currently has no pathway to authorize physicians to administer the medicines, despite the broader right to try policy, they said.
To address that, the new bill would amend current statute to allow DEA to register and authorize doctors to administer the novel therapeutics. They say that patients facing life-threatening illnesses or severe mental health conditions deserve access to every possible treatment, including investigational therapies such as MDMA and psilocybin that have shown to be safe and effective in multiple clinical trials, Booker said in a press release.
Interesting. Thousands of Americans, many of them veterans, are desperate for access to these therapies after exhausting all approved treatments in the United States, he said. The Freedom to Heal Act is critical legislation that will remove unnecessary barriers and give physicians a pathway to legally administer these potentially life-saving treatments. All four bicameral lawmakers introduced a bill last session that similarly sought to leverage right to try laws and expand access to Schedule 1 medicines for severely ill patients, albeit with provisions differing from those in the current proposal. In 2022, Booker and Paul teamed up on an earlier version of the legislation. Mace, as well as then Representative Earl Blominer, sponsored the House version that year.
As a physician, I have seen how critical right to try can be for patients who are running out of options. Yet current law leaves doctors with no clear legal way to administer investigational therapies that fall under Schedule 1, Paul said on last week. Now, it goes on to say that this bill creates that pathway. I am glad to work across the aisle to ensure patients and their doctors are not blocked by federal barriers who have exhausted standard options. This is a practical reform that honors both patient autonomy and medical judgment.
Dean, for her part, said, as families across the country face the growing mental health and substance use disorder crisis, we must expand their options for care. Our bipartisan legislation reduces barriers for physicians to provide compassionate use of several innovative and potentially life-saving treatments, including MDMA and psilocybin, the Congresswoman said. Our loved ones, including our veterans who served and sacrificed, deserve to heal. Congress must work to make that recovery possible for more people.
The bill represents a departure from what the lawmakers proposed in previous years. The prior version would have created a procedure through which current Schedule I drugs that are deemed breakthrough therapies by FDA or qualify for a waiver under the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act could be transferred to a lower schedule that would make them easier to study and promote drug development. Relatedly, a Washington state doctor has spent years pursuing various legal and regulatory pathways to allow the clinic to use psilocybin in palliative care. His clinic has presented DEA with multiple proposals to legally cultivate or otherwise obtain psilocybin to treat patients under right to try. The agency has denied them all.
We believe Congress should act with urgency to pass the Freedom to Heal Act. Martin Steele, president of the Veteran Mental Health Leadership Coalition, said, it is clearly wrong and immoral that veterans are leaving the country they selflessly serve to access potentially life-saving treatments that should already be available within our borders under right to try. Lives are on the line. Let's act now, he said.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, let's act now. Exactly. Why put it off? Delaying things, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4. One more story. One more.
I just did the same thing.
I thought that was the last story, but it's not, obviously. So this is the last story before we go to break. Here we go.
Here we go. Coming to us from Normal. Cannabis inhalation associated with symptomatic improvements in adults with autism spectrum disorder.
Adults with ASD report significant improvements in their symptoms following cannabis inhalation, according to data published in the journal Nature Scientific Reports. Researchers affiliated with the Washington State University and the University of New Orleans reviewed data from 111 self-identified ASD patients between the ages of 19 and 70. Now, study participants self-medicated with cannabis and reported their results in real time on the mobile technology platform StrainPrint. Investigators accessed nearly 6,000 separate StrainPrint entries compiled over 74 months.
They reported using a large data set from self-identified autistic adults self-medicating with cannabis. We found that ratings of the severity of negative affect, which is anxiety and irritability, were reduced 75.78%. 75%. Ratings of the severity of repetitive behaviors, compulsive behaviors, were reduced by 70.41%. That's huge.
Yeah.
Ratings of the severity of problems with mental control, concentration, were reduced by 68.59%. Holy cannoli. And ratings of sensitivity, skin and sound sensitivity or sensory overload, were reduced by 68%. Holy Joe. For immediately before to shortly after inhaling cannabis. Moreover, these symptoms were reduced rather than exacerbated or unchanged in 98.3% of the cannabis use sessions. Holy cannoli. These findings are among the first to indicate that cannabis is perceived to improve highly prevalent symptoms associated with ASD in adults using cannabis for symptom management. Study participants acknowledged experiencing symptomatic improvements from cannabis regardless of its potency or its cannabinoid ratios.
These findings indicate that well-powered placebo-controlled trials are warranted to examine the acute effects of various cannabinoids and I'll get it out. Manipulations of cannabinoid symptoms system on ASD symptoms. The study authors conclude.
The findings are consistent with observational studies involving patients enrolled in the United Kingdom's Medical Cannabis Registry, was similarly reported for adults with ASD experienced improved symptoms and reduced their use of prescription medications following their use of medical cannabis products.
There you go.
Interesting.
Cannabis for adults with ASD. And look at what it does. The improvements were huge.
They
That was 98% of them finding some difference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
98. I'm going to give it 98 and a third percent. That third's big. Like, I mean, less than 2% didn't.
Yeah. And everybody else did. That's research that says, let's keep getting more and let's get, this out there. So, all right. Time for us to take a break. We've got, 4 more stories when we get back from that break. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats. And look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bombs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
Stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right, you're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We got 4 more stories to bring up before we're done for the day. And of course, it'll be Psychedelics and Cannabis. And we're going to start off with the psychedelic story. Here we go.
Here we go. Coming to us from Cornell Chronicle. A dose of psilocybin, a dash of rabies point to treatment for depression.
I'm also going to note that David Nutt right here, I'm going to say it's probably the same David Nutt that was involved with the British Columbia, not the British Columbia, but the British government. And he told them that they should legalize cannabis for medical purposes, and they didn't like that. Now, an international collaboration led by Cornell researchers used a combination of psilocybin and the rabies virus to map out and where the psychedelic compound rewires the connections in the brain. Specifically, they showed psilocybin weakens the corticocortical feedback loops that can lock people into negative thinking. Psilocybin also strengthens pathways to subcortical regions that turn sensory perceptions into action, essentially enhancing sensory motor responses.
The findings published December 5th in Cell. The lead author is postdoctoral researcher Wan Jiang. The project is the latest in a trial of discoveries by Alex Kwan, who got his PhD in 2009, who's a professor of biomedical engineering in Cornell Engineering and the senior author of this paper. Kwan's lab studies the ways psychiatric drugs such as psilocybin, ketamine, and 5-MeO-DMT rewire the brain's neurological circuitry with the goal of developing therapeutic treatments for depression.
Psilocybin, which is the active ingredient in magic mushrooms, is a promising candidate for pharmaceutical development because the clinical trials have shown that psychedelic medicines can reduce symptoms in people with depression for weeks and perhaps even months after a single treatment. In 2021, Kwan's group used high-resolution optical imaging to show that a single dose of psilocybin induces structural plasticity, the brain's ability to reshape its structure by rapidly growing dendritic spines that lead to synaptic connections.
A lot of people were excited about the earlier study because psychedelics are promising therapeutics, but we don't know why they work. Our study showed that the rewiring of the brain lasts a long time, Kwan said. One of the key questions was that even though we show the new connections, that new connections are being made, we don't know where they connect. The goal of this study is to figure out what exactly are the parts of the circuit that get rewired. To do that, Kwan's group took a new approach. Instead of using optics to image individual synaptic connections, they paired the psilocybin with one of biology's wiliest adversaries, the rabies virus. The virus, created by collaborators at the Allen Institute for Brain Sciences in Seattle, would move through and chart the brain's very complex wiring diagram, Kwan said, much like Google's mapping car roams all the streets in a neighborhood.
With psilocybin, it's like we're adding all these roads to the brain, but we don't know where the roads go, Kwan says. Here, we use the rabies virus to read out the connectivity in the brain because these viruses are engineered in nature to transmit between neurons. That's how they're so deadly. It jumps the synapses and goes from one neuron to another. First, the researchers injected a single dose of psilocybin into a mouse's frontal cortical pyramidal neurons. Then, a day later, they chased it with a variant of the rabies virus that could transmit across a synapse and labeled these connected neurons with fluorescent proteins. After the virus had incubated in the mouse for a week, the team imaged its brain and compared the results with a control mouse brain that had only received the virus.
The fluorescent tagging revealed that psilocybin had weakened recurrent connections with the cortex, feedback loops that may explain why a depressed person fixates on negative thoughts. Remuneration is one of the main points for depression, where people have this unhealthy focus and they keep dwelling on the same negative thoughts, Kwan said. By reducing some of these feedback loops, our findings are consistent with the interpretation that psilocybin may rewire the brain to break or at least weaken that cycle.
The researchers also saw that the sensory area of the brain becomes more strongly wired to the subcortical region, strengthening the link between the perception and action. Initially, Kwan expected to find connections between one or two regions of the brain, but he was surprised to discover psilocybin's rewiring involved the whole brain.
This is really looking at brain-wide changes, he said. That's a scale that we have not worked at before. A lot of times we're focusing on a on a small part of the neural circuit. The extensive pathway mapping also showed that the amount of firing activity in the brain may determine what gets rewired by the medicines. That inspired the researchers to demonstrate that by protruding and manipulating the neural activity of one brain region, they could actually change the way psilocybin rewires the circuitry.
Kwan says that this opens up many possibilities for therapeutics, how you maybe avoid some of the plasticity that's negative, and then enhance specifically those that are positive. Now, co-authors list a bunch of people here that are involved in this, and the research was supported by One Mind at the National Institutes of Health.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. The stuff that keeps coming out, rewiring brains, and it's just wow.
Yeah, well, that's what neuroplasticity enables us to do, is to rewire those pathways that we don't want and change them. And then psilocybin has been proven to go in and help the brain rewire after brain injuries such as, concussions or stroke.
Yeah. Who knew? Like, geez. Good stuff. All right, we're gonna move on to the next story.
Mm-hmm. Coming to us from StratCan, Canadian retail cannabis sales continue to show annual growth.
Year over year, retail cannabis sales in Canada have continued to inch upwards, with $475 million in sales in September, just down from a new peak of $503 million in sales in August. Despite some slowing from previous rapid growth, the market continues to show upward pressure on an annual basis.
The two most recently reported months were up 2% in August and 7% in September compared to the same periods in the previous year. August and December have historically been among the highest months for cannabis sales in the past. All the kids are leaving for university.
Christmas.
Unsurprisingly, Ontario saw the most sales, followed in a distant second by Alberta. British Columbia and Quebec are neck and neck in third and fourth. Those were followed in order of highest sales by Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Nova Scotia, Newfoundland and Labrador, New Brunswick, PEI, and the Yukon. The provincial figures are unadjusted for seasonality.
Statistics Canada regularly updates their monthly sales figures as new data comes in, causing these numbers to fluctuate over time. Here's a graph for you. As of December, there were more than 3,800 authorized locations to purchase cannabis in Canada. More than 1,800 are located in Ontario, followed by Alberta with 723, BC with 543, Alberta's got 244, and Saskatchewan 200.
Quebec has 108 retail locations. Newfoundland has 63. We have 51 here in Nova Scotia. We've got an extra one. Yay. New Brunswick has 50. The Yukon has 6. While PEI and the Northwest Territories have 5. And Nunavut has 3. And honestly, for PEI, 5 is probably more than enough. Canadian households spent over $9 billion on cannabis last year in 2024, and the majority of it coming from the legal market. That we know.
Lots of money. Lots of money. There's no doubt about that.
Lots and lots and lots of money.
Yeah, and maybe why it goes back to that first story of the day that's going on down there in Nova Scotia, right? Lots of money.
Well, there are ways around that for the government too, but they don't want to look at any of that. I get it. I agree that the Indigenous should be able to do what they want. Their land was stolen. They were, we all know the stories. So making a deal that there is 50 cents per gram should be paid to the government, for whatever there's got to be a middle ground there somewhere. Do you know what I mean? Like the taxes on it, the per diem on it, the something on it, but leave them the frig alone.
Yeah, there was something in the story there about some money going back into the community to come onto the legal system. But
a lot of these places give money back to the community, and they don't just these dispensaries. Is the same as they are out there. It's more than just cannabis. It's
Yeah.
festivals around it. It's, learning around it. It's, like there's so much more than that. It's a very large part of the community, right? And
Exactly. Alrighty, 2 more stories to go. Here we go.
Coming to us from TVP World, Czech doctors can prescribe medicinal magic mushrooms from 2026 on.
All right. Patients in Czech Republic with depression and other conditions that do not respond well to conventional treatments will be able to take medicinal magic mushrooms from next year. Strict new rules have been introduced which permit therapeutic psilocybin, the ingredients within magic mushrooms, to be prescribed to patients.
This makes the Czech Republic the first European country to allow psychedelics to be used to treat depression. The guidelines have been drawn up by the Psychiatric Society of the Czech Medical Society and specify who can administer the medicine and under what circumstances.
The low toxicity of psilocybin, minimal to no risk of addiction, and generally high safety levels have also been demonstrated, the Ministry of Health said. And they said that the change in the law is not expected to affect a large number of people, but it represents a significant step for mental health treatment. That news site expats wrote.
Until now, patients have only had the chance to undergo treatment as part of scientific studies. Health officials said antidepressants work roughly 70% of patients, and psychedelics could provide an effective alternative for the other 30%. I think that they've got those numbers backwards, in my own opinion. And this is what their website has reported. Psilocybin will be used in therapeutic sessions, typically lasting 6 hours with 2 qualified therapists. The dose would depend on the patient's weight and must not exceed 75 milligrams per month.
As you go back to that other story we had where with the ASD and the numbers that they were getting on the improvements, if it's 70% is good enough for an antidepressant to be prescribed to a patient, then shouldn't the numbers for the ASD go a long ways to prescribing cannabis to somebody with ASD?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Now, they say at the moment there are a few dozen specialists in the Czech Republic who could administer the sessions, and they are mostly based in the capital, Prague, and the second largest city, Brno, in the south. Director of National Institute of Mental Health, Jerry Horek, told the Czech news agency that the exact start date of the psilocybin prescription program, as well as future levels of access, will depend on insurers.
He said psilocybin could also be used to treat psychiatric conditions for which no other therapies exist, such as depression following a cancer diagnosis. Experts say almost a third of adults in the Czech Republic have a mental illness, and it is one of the most common reasons for issuing disability benefits. Approximately 700,000 suffer from depression or anxiety, the Czech news agency said.
And in 2015, the country legalized medicinal cannabis, which is most commonly used to treat pain, MS, rheumatoid arthritis, or in the treatment of cancer.
Yeah.
There you go. Czech Republic stepping up. We don't even really have it. Like, we have a SAP program, but it's SAP.
It's
Sappy.
I still haven't. I don't think I've ever heard a successful story about the SAP program yet.
No.
Now there might be out there, and I just haven't heard it because, like, I mean, they don't necessarily make the news, and so yeah. But I haven't gone to do like any in-depth research, but I haven't heard very much, if anything, good about the SAP program here.
Yeah. All right. Last story of the day, and one that I'm looking forward to reading because I think we need these here in Canada. Brought back for Canada.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. Coming to us from MJ Biz Daily. Are consumption lounges the next frontier for legal cannabis?
Yes. Cannabis consumption lounges are redefining hospitality with a buzzworthy twist. From yoga sessions with edibles to paint and puff nights, dedicated consumption spaces are the next chapter for the cannabis industry, according to Dale Sky Jones, counselor of Oakland, California-based Cannabis Education Institute, Oaksterdam University. And on a side note to that, I have been featured in a local paper on a yoga session dealing with cannabis.
Ooh, very cool.
Got my picture, full page. It's hanging in my room right now. Not you just can't see
Very
it.
cool. Lounges are the most exciting frontier for the cannabis industry, says Jones, who's leading a roundtable on consumption lounges at MJ BizCon in Las Vegas. But creating these spaces isn't just about good vibes.
A successful lounge act will master compliance, safety, and customer education to craft an experience as elevated as the patrons themselves. They can, in turn, build brand loyalty and unlock new revenue streams.
The foundation of a successful consumption lounge begins with the experience it delivers. Oh, for sure. Jones stressed the need for thoughtful design, seamless operations, and specialized staff training to ensure these spaces are not only compliant with local regulations, but also provide a memorable and enjoyable experience for patrons. Let me tell you, one of my favorite things to do when I hit BC, when I'm in Vancouver, I love, first thing I've got to do is go down to the New Amsterdam, and it's a relaxing space. And they have all of that, like everything.
Yeah.
They're awesome.
Yeah. They say from air filtration systems to soundproofing for music venues, every detail plays a role in shaping the customer journey. Jones goes on to say hospitality is about reducing friction and creating a flow that feels natural. Whether it's the layout of a buffet or educating customers about dosing and onset times, every element contributes to the overall experience.
Staff training is crucial, especially recognizing signs of overconsumption and managing cannabis naive customers. Most people don't know their tolerance, and that's where education and safety come in, Jones says. Bars have alcohol management techniques, and we need that for cannabis. I'm just gonna, take a second here and talk about when I was in Amsterdam, every lounge I was in. I mean, of course, they're used to dealing with people from around the world. It was a tourist thing. But the bud tenders that were there were very awesome. Somebody would come in that they wouldn't recognize, and they would have the whole conversation with them every time. It was just really kind of neat to watch. Yeah.
They say that we need staff to handle these situations, provide spaces for patrons to rest and hydrate, and ensure everyone has a positive experience. Now, consumption lounges offer opportunities for businesses willing to innovate. There are comedy nights and music venues and dual-use spaces. The possibilities are endless.
Tribal governments in particular have a unique advantage as they can craft models that integrate cannabis into existing recreational environments like casinos and resorts. Nuwu Cannabis in downtown Las Vegas provides an ideal example, but the challenges are significant.
Compliance remains a major hurdle, with state and local regulations often treating cannabis differently than alcohol. Cannabis businesses are more exposed to legal and insurance risks than establishments that serve alcohol. We have to be our own advocates, Jones says, urging operators to prioritize safety and compliance while pushing for fair regulations. Insurance hasn't caught up.
Public education is another critical area because cannabis is not as well understood as alcohol, Jones said. We need to educate not just consumers, but also city councils, state governments, and regulators to ensure these models are allowed and supported.
Jones sees consumption lounges as a way to elevate cannabis brands and create new business models. She goes on to say that the brands that succeed will be the ones that focus on lifestyle and experience. You can't take cannabis across state lines, but you can take the experience.
She also envisions a future where cannabis is seamlessly integrated into everyday activities, from senior care to dog parks. People love to bring their dogs to the park and enjoy a yoga class. Why not add cannabis to those experiences in a safe and responsible way? Heck yeah.
That's right, exactly. Now, as the industry continues to evolve, Jones urged operators to balance advocacy with responsibility to educate customers and the community. She says that by leading with education, safety, and innovation, we can show the world that cannabis is a healthier, safer choice. This is our chance to redefine what hospitality means. Let's do it right.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Lounges, big time. I'm all in favor of lounges. I can tell you that. I know Toronto, when there was a dozen of them in Toronto, there was lots of people.
And there are more popping up in Toronto, like the I understand Vapor Central's gone.
Yeah,
The-
you're talking about like Lit Research is there.
Yeah, and then there's Lit Research is there. There's still the oh my God, the name is escaping me.
OPP? The OPP,
What's that?
The OPP station?
The OPP?
Yeah, there's a place, people call it the OPP station, but it's not the place. It's Our People's Pot.
Oh, well, there was the one that you go up the big old flight of stairs. It's still there. And then there's been a few that have popped up, but Planet Paradise.
Yeah, I don't know if that, I think I heard that it was closed, but.
Oh, I heard that it was still there, but it's turned into quite the bougie. It's like a sports bar, but for cannabis. So there's always sports on the show. So it's not not like it used to be. That's down. There's another place that they opened up where everybody moved to.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So there's a few of them, but they still have to be kind of quiet about what they do and hide a bit.
Yeah, well, that's because of the smoke-free act that we got here.
Yeah.
But like the article touches on, music and other events and all that they were held at these lounges. Some of them were successful, some of them not so successful.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And the other thing too is, like I said when we started the show, it's minus 21 out there. Patients being forced to go outside because they live in a condominium where a condominium doesn't allow them to smoke. Medicaid, forcing
Hospitals
them outside.
kicking them outside.
Yeah.
No, I'll shut that one up. I'll be quiet about that.
Okay.
Yeah, right. No, like the hospitals. Like, I mean, I've got an aunt that's just about to turn 102 as well, and I was up in Ontario, and was there to celebrate her 100th birthday. And these old age people are they're kicked outside.
Yeah,
they're allowed to have it. The nurses will help them roll it, but they still have to go outside to use their medicine, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Exactly. It'd be nice. Like I understand there's the smoke concern, but can they not create some space for them to go to?
Used to do it with cigarettes.
Used to. Yeah, I remember those days. All righty. Other than that, anything else before we say goodbye?
Yes. One more thing. I am going to share this. We have this Wednesday coming up again at the Halifax Library in the BMO room. Our next in our speaker series this week, we have Angela Amiros stepping up. She is a cannabis therapist, and I was able to sit with a session with her. She's really pretty amazing, and she's going to talk about integrating the journey, a practical guide to psychedelic integration. And if you've ever done any of these medicines, you understand that a lot of the work and a lot of the healing comes in the integration afterwards. And Angela is going to speak to that and the importance of it. So if you're able to show up, please come on down on Wednesday night. If not, we will have the Zoom link up again.
All right, and people can be able to watch it through the Zoom link and see what's going on.
Yeah.
Right.
And on Friday, we have our social coming up, and you can get information about that on the site. We don't have an event made up for it, but it is, I can't remember the name of the place downtown, but it's on Tower Road in Halifax. You can reach out to me or reach out to the Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society for that information, but we have a social coming up, and we're going to have an open forum on harm reduction.
Good stuff. All right. Way to go. Good work going on down there. All right, that's our report for today. I hope you found it educational and informative. And thanks to our sponsors, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, Camelford Lifestyle Shop, just so you know, they had 10th anniversary sale going on there at Camelford Lifestyle Shop, as well as at ease.ca. And don't forget to educate, medicate, do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
You're watching the Hi Guys podcast with Al and the other Al on the 420 Pace Project.
Hi, Guy. How you doing?
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, I know, eh? What do you think
getting
about that?
sick of it,
We see our names everywhere.
I'm getting sick of it.
So, yeah.
People keep calling me.
Yeah, people send me questions all the time, wanting me to solve things for them. I think they should have used a small I for
They
the
did
I.
at the beginning.
Did they? Because it just ow, ow, ow everywhere. Yeah. We're very popular. It's a popular name now.
I have a strain to review.
Do you?
And we've got a message from Allison that we can play. It is in our chat, if you wouldn't mind pulling that up, Al.
It's in our chat, but on Facebook?
There's a couple of things in the chat on Facebook.
Oh.
And also, it looks like we're going to have a white Christmas.
Yeah, I'd say that's pretty well guaranteed right now. I did see one. Yeah, I saw one day in the forecast over the next 2 weeks it actually gets to 0. Everything else, yeah, and lots of snow.
Oh, is that all?
Before the show, I'm expecting another 20 centimeters here in the next 24 hours.
We've already had several minus 31 days here, dude. Not feels like.
We just had a yesterday morning it was minus 21.
Yeah, minus 21 and minus 31 are a little bit colder.
Yeah.
She doesn't even want to go out for more than five minutes. Does your dog like to go out?
Yeah.
Well, she's a husky, isn't she?
Yeah.
She's a husky. Yeah.
She is Malamute cross, correct.
As Rosa is
a
husky, mastiff, and lab cross. So all snow dogs. And
yes,
but she does the my paws, they're so cold.
Oh yeah.
Stephen looks out the door and goes, no, turns around and walks away. I'm waiting for him to jump into the snow one day when I have the door open.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Are we lagged today? I think we are. Yeah, we are. Lag. So we've had some interesting things happen in the world.
Well, it's only because I had to start up Facebook and stuff like that. I think it's a resource hog. My own computer here. So.
I've got 2 Facebook pages open. I've got this open on one computer, and then I've got Facebook and other stuff on the other computer. As I mentioned earlier, my computer is excommunicado.
Yeah, exactly. All right, before we get into, I got Allison's video here. Before we get into playing Allison's video, other things that we're going to get involved in today is got my recipes, something to do with some nuts in a milkshake.
Ooh.
We got some news, and I'm sure some of it we're going to be probably with an extended talk, and got some events as well, information.
Oh, there's actually events going on.
Yes, yeah, there's actually one. It's in like 4 days. No, sorry, yeah, 4 days.
I just looked up at my screen and I saw Allison sitting there, and I was like, "What the fuck are you doing here?"
Yeah. And before we get into that, also, don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button. No matter what,
and you know what? Soon I'm going to set up stars, because I need to raise some money for a new computer.
I don't know anything about this stuff.
Yeah, no, neither do I. Although even though our pages are always getting blocked on Facebook these days for one thing or another, I've been approved for monetization. So
have you?
I'm going to take advantage of it, I think.
Okay. So message from Allison. Right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Here we go.
Hi, this is Allison Burden from Burlington, Ontario.
Oh, that's very low. Here, let me turn you up.
Retired law enforcement here in Canada, where I was charged with trespassing and having an unknown substance on premise when I was in an establishment here in Burlington, watching my friends play some fluffy guy. Anyway, my lawyer, Paul Lewin, worked an incredible, magical thing and ended up being able to have them drop my charges. So I have no longer do I have charges for either trespassing or having an unknown substance on premise. But I still am continuing with my fight. I'm fighting for all drugs to be legalized and regulated all around the world. I want people to understand how people like me live without access to these substances as I am right now. I have no psilocybin. I have lots of pills, but I wouldn't be awake to do this. So that I don't want. I want to enjoy my life while I have it. From my heart, I'm so thankful, Lewin. And I thank my partner, Gary. And I also want to thank specifically Nicholas Pope for offering to testify by video. The day of my court hearing on December 2nd was the original day. And now it's no longer going to be. So you don't need to show up at court for me, everybody. And lastly, again, and not at all least, I want to thank everybody from around the world who has supported my fight to legalize and regulate all drugs all around, that they can be studied And again, and even if they are illicit, we'll make it so they understand. So thank you very much. I always want to say how much I appreciate and love every angel that's ever helped me in this world. Thank you so much. And again, together we will.
You know what? I have to say, I've known Allison as you have. She's been a co-host for both of us for a long time. She's one of the first people that I met when we were searching for help for Kelly's ex-husband's sister, who had Lynch syndrome and was sitting in a hospital and needed some oil. And I had not met Allison ever before. At the Freedom Festival, we met with her, and she gave us some oil for Roxanne out of the goodness of her heart, without even knowing us, really. We had just appeared. I'd gotten to know Amy, and we were doing the show and stuff. But she herself is an angel. And although she's having a rough time now, she hasn't stopped. She's the first person always at the Global Marijuana March in her wheelchair out front. And this year she couldn't go because Gary forgot to plug in the battery. Let's be honest. But yeah, I'd love to hear what you're saying, Al.
Would you? Yeah, I can't remember the first time I met Allison. I know it was in the early days of my advocacy. Probably through my friend Diane, and then would meet Allison maybe at an event. It was probably the first time that I met her. Yeah, that'd be 20 years ago, at least. So
2022, maybe. I mean,
yeah.
20 or 22 years, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
So,
and it could have been at a treating yourself booth at some non-cannabis event while we're there educating people.
You know what it is I am very open about my mushroom use. I go to things, I go out, I shop, and but I don't walk around with a drink in my hand. And that's all that's happened is she had a drink with her medicine, and she went to an event, and they asked her to leave.
Yeah. She says that she got a waitress she's never dealt with before, and
she goes to this place all the time, apparently.
Correct. Yeah, she's there all the time. And then they called the cops on her.
And unfortunately, here in Canada, once the police are called, it's their call, not the owner of the restaurant. It's their call, whether or not they're going to continue the investigation or charge you, right?
Yeah.
So I don't think that they do that in the States. I think that they read you your rights and they investigate, and they either charge you or they don't. But I mean, I get that it's their bar, but Allison's a frequent flyer at this bar, and the owner should have been consulted before the police were called. That's all.
Yeah. I'm not sure exactly who called the police.
Yeah, exactly. So
now whether that became something that was, I don't know I've never done any training. What's the self-serve training? Is there anything in there that tells them that they're supposed to automatically call the police if they see something like that happening? I realized
how would they know?
I don't
You
know.
know, I think what it
was a
was
drink. It
is
wasn't that she was sitting in there smoking joints like the old days.
exactly, but what it is a lot of bars and restaurants. Some will let you bring your own stuff in, but a lot of bars and restaurants won't even let you come in with a Tim Hortons coffee or something.
Yeah, and that's more likely what's happened here. So this
Exactly, and
employee,
Allison, being the advocate that she is, spoke up and said something,
yeah.
and then they went, "Whoa, you can't do that here." I'm assuming. You know, I know Allison. I know the way she is. Somebody puts their foot down, she puts it down in front. You know, so
Yeah, I have to. I'm trying to think if it was whether I was talked to her or whether it was one of her comments that I had read. Is where I'm getting my information from. So,
well, we asked her, and she answered me while we were on the air a few weeks ago. So
well,
I'm playing with the size of this.
I see that. I thought, geez, what just moved on the screen?
There.
That keeps it below the picture.
Well, no, it'll migrate into it if there's more comments, and we'll see that when somebody says hello.
If somebody says,
I suspect that our pal is watching. So
we have some YouTubers watching.
So Buddy will be in there.
Yeah,
probably.
Yep. Yeah. Exactly. All right. Played the video. What?
We played the video.
We played the video, so that means that I have that question that I always ask you, and that's,
what are you smoking?
I need to change that. I need to change a lot of things. If I could get my fucking computer to work, I'm enjoying the consistency of the big bag of buds. Big bag o bud.
And what do you have in there this time?
Well, usually I get a split combo, which is an indica and a hybrid. And I like that because then I get a third one when I mix them together. But they didn't have any. So I got an ounce of purple cherry punch.
Oh.
Yeah. It's 290 THC and 0.91 CBD.
All right. Got a question. Got a comment. Buddy Weeds.
I told you Buddy was there. Hi,
Buddy.
Yeah,
how'd you know it was me?
How'd I know? Well, you know, you kind of appear about 5 minutes into the show, usually, both of my shows. So, so I'm enjoying this because it's not high THC, and I'm not feeling overwhelmed. Sometimes a high THC strain will make me feel a little bit overwhelmed.
Yeah.
More so than a sativa, to be honest. It's weird. Yeah. I know. Well, with my dopamine levels different, because my ADHD, literally reacts differently, right? Like Ritalin. If I take Ritalin, I calm down. If you took Ritalin, you'd be off fucking doing a study bee at a fucking university or something.
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure.
You know, Ritalin is still the number one study drug on most university campuses. So, they've probably changed that to crack now, but whatever.
Okay.
Oh God,
what am I smoking?
I don't know. What are you smoking, Al? Something you grew, I guess. Oh no, I know what you're smoking.
In my Shadowizer.
Now, did you put the top on?
Yes.
And are you liking it better?
I just put it on last night.
Oh, okay. What we're talking
That's
about
the
is
three coil.
Exactly. It comes that they have a larger 3 coil pod that comes with their bubbler, which we both have, and I got a bunch of refills from from Matt when I was there. And so I started using the shatter that I had wasn't really burning the way I like it in the ceramic pod. So I started using this 3 coil pod.
Yeah.
And I'm really liking it, although it burns.
Hey, good morning, Rob. Sorry,
That's okay.
Just got to jump in there and say good morning to Rob. My friend Rob is watching us. He is in Belize right now.
Hello, Belize.
And our
Don't
other
Belize
friend
you.
Lisa. My other friend Lisa is there as well.
Cool.
They've been sending me pictures, sitting up on the deck with the bare feet showing the palm trees and the sunset and all that stuff.
Another one of your friends said that she's been looking at places up here.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah. And they looked at the place across the street, actually. Yeah.
I'm trying to think who that is.
I got a message on Instagram from somebody who said that they were been looking at houses up here for a while now, and they're friends of yours.
Oh,
so yeah.
all
But
right.
anyway, so they looked across the street, and I don't know if they were interested in it or not. But
Yeah. Well, I know that Rob is looking for a house. I know that, and but I don't know where all he's been looking. I know that your way is obviously a lot cheaper than this way when it comes to housing. So.
Yeah, the house across the street I think it's been sold, but it was up for 79.
Yeah.
I think 79.9 actually.
Oh.
Yeah. But it's
$80,000. Like, where do you buy a house for 80 grand?
Here.
Here.
Mine was only I paid 118.5 for mine.
Yeah.
So I mean,
okay, so back to where you were before you interrupted. We're talking about the Shatterizer.
Oh yeah. Anyways, yeah, I'm enjoying the 3 coil. That's all I was trying to say.
Yeah. So far, so good.
It burns through the product really quickly because of the 3rd coil, but and it's a longer coil as well, right? But I like it.
Time for a refill.
There you go.
Let's see what I got here.
You're not trying what you squished?
Okay, well that was just the end of what I had, piece that I had squished. I've got another one that I squished here. It's a little darker. I had maybe the temperature up a little bit, or the fact that it is older cannabis. It's not fresh stuff.
Well, as I mentioned, try freezing it.
Mm-hmm.
Because the trichomes break off quicker and easier, and
Yeah.
more of them. And also play with your time. I have tried on mine less heat, more time.
Yeah.
And I've also tried more heat, less time.
Ah. Wonderful.
90 seconds was really good at a high heat, where a low heat, 2 or 3 minutes works, so you just
I had it. My heat was probably a little high, and I had it in there for 3 minutes.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that long, but maybe 2, because the long, it's cooking it while it's squishing it, right?
Oh yeah.
But we'll figure it out.
Yeah, I've got to get my order in. I'm looking for a knife, a heated knife for doing dabs. It's a blade. You can just screw it on the end of a 510 battery. You take it and you take your dabs and you put it over top of it, whether it's your Shatterizer.
You drop it on it like a knife.
Yeah, you just push the button so it just heats it up a little bit and it drop right in. None of this pissing around, scraping.
I wonder how long it's going to take for you to burn yourself with that fucker.
Well, I don't know. I'll let you know.
Yeah, no,
I've
thank you.
contacted a couple stores in my area, and they didn't have it. So I'm on the hunt.
So one of the things I wanted to bring up
Thanks, Rob, for
is
the love.
is do we've talked about it before. Granny Storm's list
Yeah.
used to be the place to go to find cannabis related studies.
Yeah, exactly. Well, my friend Lisa, who was with Rob, she printed off the whole list for him.
How many pages?
It was like 430 pages
Holy
of
crap.
nothing but links.
That's right.
Everything was linked with a little, like, with, like every, basically there would be 10 links on each page.
I like
And
Puffco.
and I would, when I was doing this the events with Treating Yourself, people would ask me questions, and I would point to the book and go to the book, and I'd see that here's 4 websites right here talking about cannabis beneficial for this and that.
We used
that can
to
help
keep
them
it.
for their condition.
We used to keep the website up during the show when I started it, because that was the only place where you could really get an actual list. It wasn't just somebody putting stuff out there. It was actual studies. Anyways, the reason I'm bringing it up is because Normal made a post the other day that the NIH, which is the National Library of Medicine, and they have now included over 53,000 cannabis related studies in their list.
I seen something about there was like 4,000 that were just added this year alone.
Yes, and this is scientific papers that have been compiled, much like the Granny Storm's list, and they've put this out. It's amazing the access to the information that's out there. But here's the sad part: we're still fighting.
Yeah, we are.
We've got all this information, and because of a few boobs that are out there in the world that have something to say or something to be heard, they're fucking it up for the rest of us. They've got how many scientific studies do we need before somebody says, "Hey, wait a minute"?
Oh yeah, well, there's quite often we'll report in the news of a article of a study that was something that we talked about 10 or 15 years ago
or more.
Yeah, and
I'm sure a lot.
I'm happy to see it. I'm happy to see that it is out there publicly, but it is behind. I'd say, obviously. Can I get you to lower those comments? I feel like I'm just barely over the screen.
You want to make it lower?
Lower.
Oh, that's too big. Hang on. Is that better?
I don't know. It's still the same height to me. Oh yeah, it's still the same height. Oh yeah. Yeah, nothing changed really. No. Oh yeah, I see. Okay, yeah, you've moved it over that way. Hey, can you slide it over to the center?
No, you can't do that. It would be too easy to do that, Al.
Okay, that works. That works, yes. I think there's something there. But okay, yeah, because I feel like I'm that guy that's just over the deck. Okay. Just so you know, we got. Yeah, I got. I see Buddy Weeds has made a suggestion of the Puffco hot knife.
Oh, so you looked it up?
So I looked it up.
Or you could just go in and get your parents' fine silverware and a torch and do it that way. for free.
Oh, so torch, yeah.
I jest. As we were packing up my mom's condo, I actually found hot knives, like knives that I used as hot knives as a youngster, and I realized that they were her fine silver.
Yeah, there it is in use. Look at that. Just drops right in there.
Yep. Well,
Hey,
you
my
know,
friend.
I have discovered that if you take your tool and you heat it up before you use it, that
Yeah.
happens. So, because I hate it when it's, you know, you're in there, you're smoothing it out, you're ready, you're in, and then the whole thing sticks to your tool.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
that would stop that. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I have just just my normal dab tool here, and it's gotta get in there and scrape it off and all that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you heat it up before you do it, it won't stick to it.
Oh, you're suggesting me to do that? Okay, because I've done it in the past afterwards, and I wasn't.
Just heat.
That's too hot, I thought.
Heat up the end with your lighter, like you would a doobie, and then do your work inside the bowl, and it won't stick to it because the utility is the
It's
thing
been warmed up.
has been warmed up. Yeah, so it just kind of slides right off. It doesn't stick to it. I hate that. You get in there and you're just about ready to use it, and it just pulls out the whole fucking thing, and you got to do it
again. Yeah. I know. It's just and then it's all stuck up the side. It's not down, down where it should be.
And that's the difference between using a coil and the ceramic pod. With the coils, you have to be a little bit more delicate with it when you're filling it, when you're cleaning it, when you're scraping
The
it.
coils got glass on them, don't they?
No, they do not. They're open. just like that one. If you open that one up, you'll see, you can actually see the coils. It's the same on the small one. But with the ceramic one, you don't see the coils. They're underneath the
Underneath,
yeah. And they don't.
They are exposed. Yeah, there is no glass.
Heat it up that much, as much, I should say.
Wow, it does. Like you said, it uses it up really quick.
Yeah. Yep.
There's a little bit left in
there. Now you're making me want to go get mine.
Well,
so yeah.
Well, now
it is 37,000 scientific papers about cannabis have been published since 2015, and now they've added another bunch as we were
correct. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's up to 53,000. I don't know how many studies and links are on Stormcrow's list, which is still available, and seems I seem to remember somebody telling me that she has passed away, but somebody is continuing that on. Obviously.
Yeah, you mentioned that, I think, last time we were talking about her, that you thought that maybe she had passed on. I haven't looked into that, so I don't know.
I looked into last time we were talking about it. I looked, and it's being updated.
Yeah,
so
good.
Somebody's still going, but my point is, I'd like to know how many scientific studies are on that list. I'm sure there's more than 53,000.
There's a lot, and some of her stuff included links to newspaper articles and stuff. It wasn't just
It was.
I see Buddy Weeds has suggested
compile.
I see Buddy Weeds has suggested a cold scoop with the dab tool and lighter to warm it as it flows into your coil.
There you go.
Yeah, that's what I did in the past, and I thought maybe I just overheated it.
It also depends on the product that you're using. When I use oil in my Shatterizer, I will either use the oil pod, or I will do exactly what Buddy just take a cold scoop and then let it drip in, right? Yep.
I guess with the tool, it
just
is
like with hash,
controlled.
when I get a piece of hash to warm it up, I stick it to the side of my tea. I stick it on the side of the glass of my tea, and it warms it up enough that I can put it into a snake. I don't like breaking up my hash. I like to snake.
Oh yeah. Well, the other day, actually Sunday, I took some. I've collected hash here and there over the years, and nice thing about it, never goes bad. So the other day, I crushed up a bunch that had gone, hard, ground them up, and laced my doobies full of some nice ground up kiff, and
Yum.
yum.
And did
Yum,
you
yum.
notice this week or last week, Dave announced that the Happle and the other one, the Dewdrop, are now
Dewdrop.
available on the cannabis,
The OCS.
the OCS website.
Yeah, I read a post this morning, and he said it was. What he said is, it's available for retailers, and he said he hoped that it was available for the general public on the OCS website.
Well, I'm sure.
Yeah,
I'm
and
sure
now
it's
he
on the
also
website.
updated that there are 15,000 now that have been sold,
Wow.
10,000 that were handmade, and 5,000 that have been produced by the.
I was just going to say, yeah, he's signed up with a company to reproduce them. And so he's not, I'm sure he's still making the odd one.
He's making skull versions.
Yes, I saw that. Yeah.
He's got the skull Dewdrop and a skull Happles.
I'd like one of those. Yep. Even though I can't use my Dewdrop. It just it's one of those things. What?
I've got the Dewdrop sitting right here on my desk, and you can see the right here. You got my Happy.
It's over there.
I got to put it in I have a plastic container, like plastic coffee containers with big lids on them. Put some alcohol in there, and then put the Apple in there. Take it out in the morning, give it a rinse, and it's done. Nice and easy.
You could, I don't know.
No little hidden chambers and things to have to clean out and curse and swear at because you can't get at it.
Yeah, mine's a mess. I need to do mine.
Yeah, I got my Roar vapor bomb that I've got, and
The big one that you got, the one you won.
no, that was the one that I didn't win that one. I had to buy that one.
Oh, I thought you won.
Yeah, I bought that off a local guy who had won it. So it's got his name on it because they engraved the names of the winners into the basis of the
cool.
vapor bomb. Yeah. So Jake's name is in there, and on it, and the percolator is a long stem that goes down the center of the bomb, and if anything builds up on that stem, you can't
It's
get
hard.
in there to clean it properly, right?
Soak
it and soak it and soak it.
The Student glass cleans up nice. You can take it apart and put it in the dishwasher. But depending on what detergent you use, you might mess up your finish because that's not supposed to go into the dishwasher, obviously.
Oh,
but
okay.
the new detergents that they have for dishwashers have a lot of acid in them, eh?
Yeah.
So but it cleans up
out.
the glass really nice. You put all the parts in a little basket and put it into the dishwasher and done.
Done.
Yeah.
All right, talking about done, let's move on. Here we go.
No, I don't want to.
Yes. Okay, today recipe wise, what do we got? It's Christmas is coming. I think maybe this recipe will help with the Christmas and things.
Oh, I just realized you can do that, and I'm going to do something here to
Okay.
help with your situation of chatness.
Okay. Here we go. Recipe wise, this is coming to me from Bite Me Podcast, and it's called Sweet and Spicy Toasted Nuts. Look at that. The Green Organic Dutchman. That used to be a cannabis producer.
There we go. How's that, Al? Oh, 1 second.
I don't know. What am I looking at?
I moved. You'll see it when you go back to the screen after your thing.
Okay, no, I'm at the screen now. I'm looking at it. Looks like
No,
it's
no. I mean, when it's just you and I've moved us up so that
Oh,
we're not
okay.
being
All right.
hidden by the chat. So
Okay.
let's close off this chat so people can see this.
All right. So they're sweet and spicy toasted nuts, as I said. Ingredients: 3 cups of mixed nuts, your choice, whatever you want. An egg, quarter teaspoon of cayenne pepper, quarter teaspoon of cumin, 1.5 teaspoons of cinnamon, half a teaspoon ground ginger, half a teaspoon of sea salt, a quarter cup of brown sugar. Now, they say 4 packets of some ripple powder or a tablespoon of infused olive oil. I know I've got that sitting in the fridge.
I do as well. I have some olive oil as well.
Yeah. Now they say to preheat your oven at 350. Combine your spices, sugar, salt, your olive oil in a small bowl. Mix until even, and in a separate large bowl, whisk your eggs whites with 1 tablespoon or 1 teaspoon of water for a minute. They say to get it all frothy. Add your nuts to the large bowl and toss until coated. Add sugar, spice, mix, and toss until coated, it says. Drizzle with the infused olive oil if using and mix well. Spread the nuts into the lined baking sheet. Bake for 8 minutes until the nuts smell lightly toasted, and stir the nuts well and bake for another 8 minutes. Let cool, and then 10 minutes later, you can eat it.
And bake some more.
Make some more. Yeah. That way, when your friends come over, New Year's party, Christmas gathering, got some infused nuts to share with your friends.
Sorry, I was playing with the layout.
That's it.
There. So you see now, look at the thing. Oh no, it didn't work. What the hell, man?
I know, yeah.
Okay,
I know,
hold
I
on.
see something right here across here.
I'll fix it.
All right. And the other one, it is cold and stuff, but just because it's cold doesn't mean that you don't drink cold drinks, right? There we go. There it is. Found it.
Didn't work again.
Oh, wonder why.
It's not saving, is what it is.
Yeah. All right. There we go. I've got it now. I did close off that other one.
What's this one?
This one is the cannabis vanilla milkshake.
Ooh, I like chocolate milkshakes. I don't like vanilla milkshakes.
Well, I'm sure we can adjust for that. Let's find out.
I have some dark chocolate syrup in my
Okay.
cupboard.
Well, they say 4 cups of vanilla ice cream. Why not 4 cups of chocolate ice cream?
Why not 5 cups?
Why not any other flavored ice cream?
Rocky Road.
Heavenly Hash. Hey, this Heavenly Hash should get you buzzed. So 4 cups of your ice cream, 1 3/4 cups of cannabis milk, 4 tablespoons of cane sugar, 2 teaspoons of vanilla extract. You need a blender. Just combine all your ingredients in a blender. Blend until desired consistency has been reached.
I don't have a
Serve in
blender.
filled
I have
glasses
a
and enjoy.
I have a food processor. I don't have a blender.
Oh,
I have a Keurig, not a Keurig, Cuisinart. Thank you.
I'm assuming you can blend with that. So there you go. Easy peasy. That one I'll put in the chat because I won't close it off.
I like
No,
milkshakes.
fine, buddy Weeds. You want to interact? We'll speak back to you, man.
I'd like 3 scoops of ice cream.
Well, the cannabis milk, if anybody's wondering, I'm just clicking on the link there.
I'm not a fan of cannabis milk, to be honest.
Yeah, they say 1 liter of full fat milk, 25 grams of finely powdered cannabis. And they say bring your milk to a boil and let simmer until the double boiler method. Using the double boiler method. And if you're brave enough, direct low flame.
I don't
Add
know.
your cannabis to the milk bit by bit while stirring it continuously.
Actual product?
Yeah. Stir and they say simmer and stir occasionally for 30 to 45 minutes.
That's going to have a lot of chlorophyll in it.
Yeah, they say you will notice your milk turn a yellowish green color.
Yeah.
They say strain it through a cheesecloth. Allow it to cool and serve in a shot glass, either chilled or warmed up.
I don't understand how cheesecloth actually works. There's so many holes, and yet it catches everything.
Yeah. They say that you may notice some skin forming at the top of your milk. They say don't panic. Just
scum, not
stir it up.
It's scum.
Okay.
Cannabis milk scum.
Milkshake. That's an easy one. Wonder if that would work with yogurt. Frozen yogurt.
The first thing I ever made out of cannabis was a cake. Tim and I took an ounce of powder and used that as flour.
Yes.
And made the cake. Instead of using flour, we just used ground up cannabis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh my God, that was horrible.
Oh yeah, I imagine it was.
but you know, the frosting made it okay, and a hell of a buzz.
I messed up on the spelling. It's all right.
I see that.
I put a space in there.
And this, there's no space, Al.
Well, look at that. They got rejected at a few spots.
Uh-oh.
So yeah, there's the vanilla or whatever flavor of milkshake. What I'll do is they said high fat. I'll check the frozen yogurt and see if there's any high fat in that. I don't.
I would think that there would be, and for anybody who doesn't know, high fat foods attract cannabis, so it's easy to infuse it. Yeah, it infuses nice with milk and butter and dairy products in general.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly. All righty. So there's recipes. Both you can eat nuts, can't you?
I love nuts. I had nuts last night. I had a trail mix last night.
Did you? I miss nuts.
I like nuts, but unfortunately my gut does not.
Oh, yeah. I like eating, cashews and all that stuff, but
you can't anymore.
Yeah, my bowel doesn't like that.
I like peanuts, but I hate peanut butter, as you know.
Yeah. Okay. From recipes, we're gonna move on to a. Okay, I have got. Geez, did I throw it out? Oh, I did. I've had this container of wild card. Oh, it's in. Yeah.
Welcome to the show. We're gonna watch Al look for something. Enjoy.
Yeah, well, damn. Oh well. I had this container of wild card rosin that's been sitting here waiting for me to consume, and I haven't.
Because now you've thrown it out.
Correct. But I opened up the container, and what I found was, that this stuff was over a year old.
I like cannabis oil or coconut oil as well, but
Yeah, I use coconut oil and the olive oil. It
I
depends what's
prefer-
available at the local grocery store
I
sometimes.
prefer the coconut oil over the what is it, MTC? Even though it's different, but it's the same.
Yeah.
I find that the MTC, which they use in a lot of products available on the market,
Yeah.
it makes me poop funny,
Oh.
whereas coconut oil does not. I don't mind olive oil. I use it to cook.
Yeah. The thing too, like when you make with coconut oil, is that at that point it's so universal. You can use it to cook and eat, and you can use it to make topicals and lotions.
I made a mixture of extra virgin olive oil,
Bloody wheat,
and cannabis oil, and and then you put it in the fridge and it congeals like a butter, right?
Mhm.
And then you just take a scoop out and throw it into whatever you want. What'd you find, Al? Find what you wanted?
Yeah, I was just I took the dab out of the product. No, I didn't find the label, the package. I think it is in another garbage can, which is in on the other side of the house. So I have to leave. Maybe put
exactly,
a song on
buddy.
it.
Exactly,
Huh?
buddy. Although they use the MTC in a lot of the legal market products, they use MTC.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't like the taste of the coconut oil.
Yeah, and some people it bothers their stomach.
Well, with me, it's the MCT that bothers my stomach.
Yeah, it's never bothered my stomach.
Was it modulated coconut something? I don't know what it stands for, but
yeah, I use it. I don't use that hard white waxy stuff.
yeah, I don't like it. I'd rather just use butter. All right, what's our next on the thing? I haven't done a list.
Just so you know, it's tasting pretty good, but it is aged. I don't know what happens with aged rosin. Like
it degrades.
It goes crystally.
Yes,
that's what happens with this.
And people that do extracts will tell you that that's actually okay. It actually gets very potent when it's at that stage.
Oh,
yeah. Apparently, this is just what I've read and heard.
Yeah. You're wondering what's next? I'm keeping an eye on the clock too.
They haven't had enough product to squish, and I'm wondering what your ratio was, what your yield was.
Ratio wise, that I didn't weigh it because I don't have a small scale.
I find if I do 7 grams, I'll get just under a gram. Right now, I'm still figuring out my heat as you are. The difference between mine and yours is my plates are 2 probe. There's 2 heater coils in each one, not 1. You only have 1, I believe, right?
I couldn't tell you offhand because these are on loan to me. So
I know.
I haven't. I don't know anything as far as technical.
Just turn it on and make it work.
It's got a heated plate, top and bottom.
Mine as well, but my plates have 2 probes in it, not just 1. Most people just get one probe. I thought, more heat the better.
Yeah.
Fucking
Spread
plates are
out.
not cheap for your fucking squishers, man. That was like $800 for plates, right?
Yeah.
Just
Oh,
for
yeah. I
plates.
know exactly.
The actual press is only a couple $100, $300 maybe.
Mm.
You can get it at like the one that Al has is a Canadian Tire automotive press.
Yeah. It's sitting there on the table, and I just hit the switch and turn it on. And
mine is a 10-ton Maxim press that I've got plates on.
yeah,
That's all it is. If you're thinking about squishing, it's not that. And then Nug Crusher. What's that? Nug?
Oh yeah, the Smasher.
Nug Smasher. You can buy. They're. I think they're $700-800. I think maybe a little bit more than that. And everything's right there in a little box.
Yeah, I think they have like a 2-ton and a 4-ton.
Yeah, and it's a plunger. You have to push it
There are
down. Yeah,
there are plungers.
Where ours is like the one
Hydraulic pump.
The one that Al has is my old one, and that flaked out at the lounge. And we were going to put you can hook up a compressor to those.
Yeah.
Right. And they work really well. But these have the pump, right? It's not leaking, eh?
No.
When I got it, it was leaking all over the fucking place, Al. All you had to do was take it apart and put it back together again. Yep.
There you go.
I miss you.
Actually, right there, it is just over 5-ton press. I think
that one there,
actually
that's a
8.5 tons is when I was pushing it.
That's qualified as a 10-ton press.
Yeah, well, it's an 8.5, and
but it's sold as a 5-ton press.
I think the bag blew out on that squish.
I don't use bags.
Oh yeah,
I don't.
And actually, and even the parchment paper, I just probably had it just in there wrong or something. Because as you know, I helped my friend do it for quite a while. We went to different places. He was always the guy who ran it. So now that I've got it and set up now and starting to use it, I'm really just new.
Yeah, me too.
To do my own squishing. So
yep,
it's I'm still in the experimental stage of everything.
Well, I was, when I had access to the reservation weed, I had more than enough to squish. I'm not going to go and spend $130-40 on an ounce and then squish half of it. It just,
well, that's the thing too, right?
When you have your own product that you can put in there and play and experiment, then you've got enough. The yield, unless when you get the heat and the timing down and the pressure, and you get a good yield out of it, then great. But I mean, I'm sorry, to take 7 grams of flour and only get a half, maybe 0.9 of a gram out of it when you squish it. No, I mean that would cost $80 to do if I did it with weed that I bought, right?
Oh yeah, I know what you mean. We pay that much money and then you do this to it, and you got this little left. So I see Buddy there. He says 10 grams. He gets 10 grams of flour. He gets 2 grams of rosin.
Yeah, that's about right. Yep. But like I said, it depends on your heat, your pressure, and length of time.
Yeah. He suggests to go to YouTube.
Oh yeah, there's lots of video out there on YouTube. But once Al and I get together, get it all together and learn how to use this thing, we're going to have a live squish off. You're more than welcome to join us if you like.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll be able to take the computer into the room because I'm not bringing it out to the computer. I'll tell you. That's one thing. It is heavy. It is heavy.
I have mine on wheels.
Yeah,
I can roll it around the house. Yep.
wow.
Yep.
Mine's stationary.
But yes, it is heavy. I had to carry mine up my stairs from the basement because nobody was around, and it took me about 15 minutes to do one step at a time, just kind of.
Yeah, and you got a bad shoulder.
I have more than a bad shoulder, but yeah.
So.
I'm always worried that my shoulder's going to come out of its socket because there's screws holding it in and stuff, right? So like every time it clicks, I'm like, oh fuck, is it loose? Need some oil.
All righty. From the product review,
I'm 1/10 Tin Man.
the I probably should have, like I said, I probably should have played a song and went and got the label for this because I think it's in my room with the squisher.
Oh, you're still thinking about where your product is that you lost?
Well, yeah, we'll discuss it next.
That's going to bother you all day long, isn't it, Al?
No, I'll just go get it after the show. The wild
card. Sure that's where it is?
Yeah, I'm sure it's there. Yeah. Why don't
I just got mine, buddy, as a birthday present, and I actually left it sitting in my tent up at the farm, and people come over and used it. Yeah. I think you come over and used it at one point.
Why don't I'm going to play something here since we're talking about Dave and his Apple and everything. I'm going to play a little promo here of the Apple.
All right.
On the documentary. That'll give me 2 minutes to go see if I can find the package.
All right. I'm going to take away the comments and you go ahead and do that. And I'm going to go and make a bagel because I'm feeling.
Okay. You got 2 minutes just so you know.
Alrighty.
Okay.
This, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it. Okay. Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop in glass bottles. Okay. Soft drinks. And this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it because we thought it was the best stuff because it's the constant. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes. To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Forward.
Oh, now you're going to cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
Yeah.
Just cut it out now. These are the 4 or 3 tools I use to form and shape the half. So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to come over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top that's left over. First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular lump access stopper. Right? Whereas I'm kind of like, I'm 49 years old, but I don't have time to be an artist.
You know, but each one is individual, though. There's only one of each. So it does make it art.
Oh, stop it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, I'm back. Al's still out making his bagel. But that was a promo that we created for the Apple. As you can see, we went to Dave's shop, got video footage of him making his Apple, and it's like about a 52-minute long documentary. And every once in a while, we'll run it during Saturdays, re-rolled Saturdays. Now, I see Buddy Weeds has made some comments. He says, I've started fresh frozen bubble hash. So are you squishing the bubble hash, Buddy? There we go. There's his comments right there. He's got 4 presses, been squishing for 7 or 8 years. Well, you're speaking with a newbie, buddy. Oh, here comes Al with his bagel.
Yeah, sorry. I was like, I put the bagel on and I was like, shit, that's going to take 2 minutes.
Hash rosin. There you go. Yeah, making hash rosin. I was at my friend's place and we squished some of his hash that he had made. And we couldn't believe it. The bubble hash he had made, just the amount that came out of there was like, holy shit. It's a good thing that there's a catcher in the bottom of the parchment paper.
I tried squishing some of the hash I made a couple of years ago, I guess.
Yeah.
And I was shocked at what it did to it.
Yeah, Buddy Weeds, he may know my friend, the guy, Mr. Squishy.
Mr. Squishy stole my
Mr.
name.
Squishy on Instagram a lot. So, okay, where do we go from there? We did the news is what we're gonna do next.
All righty.
And we've got some talking to do. Here we go.
I was reading this article this morning, and you won't believe what happened.
Tell me.
Well, I will tell you that the news on the news end of things, it's making the headlines. And that is the fact of what is happening in Nova Scotia, and that the province has ordered the police to crack down on the dispensaries on the reserve.
We're trying to get
Reserve.
somebody. We're trying to get one of those dispensary owners to come on the Four Corners show.
Yeah. They wrote the chiefs and asked them to help them close down the stores.
They've done that here in Ontario as well.
Have they?
When
When
Rosalie, go on out. Go lay down, please. When they started really getting popular in Alderville, the OPP
it didn't work.
approached the OPP approached the chiefs and the band leaders and that, and they said no, but other reservations are saying yes. I mean, we don't have any from Sault Ste. Marie up to the border, Manitoba border. There are no reservation cannabis dispensaries.
Really?
None at all, which sucks for me.
Yeah.
But
Big time.
down where you are, there's Tanganega, there's Turtle Island, and
I'm right in the middle of 2 large reserves with, you're looking at between 40 to 60 stores, depending on which one.
at one time when Alderville was becoming very popular, because it's only an hour out of the city, when you drive up, get your weed and go home. And but I have seen the OPP sitting just outside of the reservation property line, and also sitting in front of some of the stores because the highway goes right through Alderville. Therefore, it's per to OPP, right? And they would sit there and deter people from going in. You know.
Yeah, well, it didn't work.
No, it
totally doesn't work in Nova Scotia because the police or the chiefs down there are saying that the province obviously misunderstands treaty rights.
Correct.
Yeah, they don't govern their community, is what the chiefs down there say.
Well, here, like, that's what's going on there, and then here in Ontario on the reservations, they're going after non-Indigenous residents who are growing, right?
Yeah, well, down there at Tenega, there was a lot of non-residents that was growing large amounts of cannabis.
Yes, I won't say anything more.
And that wasn't a raid on the stores, right?
They were going after grows that were illegal and being operated by ethnic people.
So down there, it's going to be interesting. All the chiefs are saying, basically, F you. That's not your responsibility. It's ours. And they've increased the amount of stores in Nova Scotia as far as their legal stores.
Yeah.
And they went from 50 to 51.
Woohoo.
Cindy was just going, yeah, we increased by 1. Woo.
Well, at one time, Alderville had capped the stores at 22, I think. They said, okay, no more. Right now, can you hear my cat howling?
No.
It's in the living room because he just ate. He has to tell the world, I just ate. There's no more food in my bowl. I want more.
Yeah. So Buddy's answered my question, and he does know Mr. Squishy, and
I see that. No.
I know him through you, Al. I went, oh. That's good. Yes. Mr. Squishy and I, we get together every couple of weeks and get together to have a dab.
I've met him.
Yeah. See, Buddy's got a few words on.
I've been to his garage.
Yes. Let's see. Yeah, another chief says that Minister Armstrong must understand that the province does not have jurisdiction to govern our communities, nor do they have a complete understanding of what happens in our communities. Therefore, they cannot decide what is best for our members.
Obviously, somebody in the government thinks otherwise.
Yeah. He says that we hold Aboriginal title, Aboriginal rights, and treaty rights over our territory. This jurisdiction protects our autonomy and our identity. Nova Scotia must
be an inherited right.
Yeah, that a non-collaborative approach has never, nor will it ever be appropriate or acceptable.
There are in Wawa, there is a legal dispensary on a reservation. And I believe there's one in Fort.
Yeah,
I can't remember that Fort something there up near Thunder Bay, but they are legal entities. They're not reservation dispensaries. They're legal stores.
The Nova Scotia government saying that they are doing this for public safety.
Sure.
How many people have died from Indigenous cannabis?
Just that guy that ran into a tree.
There you go. Now they say here that excuse, another chief says that using public safety is a reason to override our inherent rights to self-govern and implement our treaty in a modern economic context is appalling. These are abuses of a colonial power. They say that the province's actions through the Minister of Justice are acts of systematic racism and inciting hate against the Mi'kmaq people, labeling us the problem. And this is narrative to absolutely disgusting. They said the government and police need to focus on illicit drugs like fentanyl and opioids.
You think?
Yes. Yep. A legal expert says that he was surprised by the directive, warning it may push legal boundaries in terms of jurisdictional control and indigenous sovereignty, but it could also represent political interference in policing. Yeah. This professor says it's not a clear violation. It's kind of a borderline case. It's not, for example, exactly like what U.S. President Donald Trump is doing, targeting specific individuals or operations. But it's a little to that borderline, and that's really the concern there. So, and the Attorney General there says, I disagree. So he's going after them. And people have been holding protests and stuff going on.
Yeah, this is the new Attorney General in Nova Scotia who I don't. Yeah, Buddy will know this because he was listening to the show on Friday. Marcel knows him, as does Darcy, and we had a long conversation about the gentleman that Al's talking about on Friday.
Yeah. Alrighty, that is gone.
It's not cool. It's not cool.
I know I gotta watch your time. You've only got a little bit of time there because you've got an appointment you got to get to.
I have to run. Well, not me, but I have to run somebody to the hospital for noon. So
okay, and so I'm just gonna fly through this.
Okay, you fly, and I'll roll.
All right, and because I want to get to this one as well on the news end of things. Okay, here we go. There it is. Medical cannabis registrations stabilized in early 2025, while personal production licenses declined. They declined by 25%, Al.
This is Canada?
This is in Canada, yeah. Registration of federal licensed sellers now with Ontario leading with 82,000. Where's the exact numbers here?
I know a lot of people who have, I know 28%. A lot of people who have been licensed for a long time who have said fuck it. So I get that.
28% of the people aren't growing their own anymore. Have dropped that much.
Or they are, and they've just dropped getting their license, which is what's happening.
Yeah, we got 161,267 registrations as of March of this year, compared to 160,000 of last year. And they say that originally, back in 2019, there was 370,000 people who were registered.
Well, it's easier to go into the store and buy what you need.
Well, that's the thing. That's what they were hoping that would, that's basically what would happen. Now, as far as personal designated production, they say that.
So let me just clarify something here, Al. This is the medical program we're talking about, or this?
Yeah, this is the medical Health Canada medical program.
Okay.
Yeah. They say that personal cultivation of cannabis for their own medical purposes decreased 28%. That was 15,700 people in December of 2024 to 11,300 in March of 2025. They said this represents a significant decline compared to a 5% decline in the previous 6 months. So that's not good. Less people are growing. They say the category of authorization has shown significant decreases from a peak of 47,000. So,
like I said, a lot of medical patients in Canada have opted to say, fuck you, I'll just go to the store and get what I like that works for me.
Now, let's see what else. They say the average for someone who's just buying their cannabis through the medical program, the average is 2 to 2.5 grams per day. When it comes to personal growing of their own, that right now is at 33 grams per day. 10 times higher, more than 10 times higher. There's 4,100 health practitioners that were involved in the signatures. As far as signing them, they even break it down. Here we go. Majority, 82% of healthcare practitioners who authorize cannabis 2 or above 25 grams per day were located in British Columbia and Ontario.
I remember when there was only one doctor that was signing, and his name was Rob Camermans.
Yeah, that one. And he said if I wouldn't have to sign, if other doctors would sign.
And now he's not allowed to practice medicine because of it.
Okay, going on the time and the things, I'm going to skip past the sports and we're going to jump right into
I've had mine since the MNAR, buddy. So,
yeah,
long time.
Yeah, I still have a card from like 07.
I know a few people who had Section 56s in lieu of the program before the program started.
Yeah. See, Buddy agrees with this. Nova Scotia's way out of whack, and I never gave up my license. No,
I haven't given up my license.
No. So, event. All right.
Technically, once your doctor signs that piece of paper, your license paper expires or not. Your doctor has said you may use cannabis, and that is the law. Your doctor says you can use it.
Health Canada will tell you. Health Canada will tell you otherwise.
Of course they will. Of course they will.
Events. Cannabis wise, there's an event going on in Calgary and one in Edmonton, and they are both Christmas paint parties. But more closer to us here in Ontario, where we're located at, on December the 13th, from 2 p.m. till 10 p.m. is the Winter Festival 2025 with Canna Crawl.
Cool.
Location to be announced on the day of the event.
Same place it's every other time.
Yeah. Now the last, I don't see it here, but on the hang on. No, there's the comments. They had something, I think it was 80 vendors this time.
We had a lot of the vendors that go to those.
Yeah.
In Hamilton at our weekly swap meet.
Swap. Okay, well, click. There we go. Canna Crawl, right there. Winter Festival 2025. Go to the website cannacrawl.ca. Just click on the button there. Get your tickets. Right there explains what the Canna Crawl is. And Rena, as well as Anthony.
I like Anthony.
Yeah. I get along with Anthony.
He's a hoot. He really is.
Okay, so Canna Crawl, December the 13th, Hamilton. And one other one that's already happened. Okay. Yeah, buddy, I agree. Cannabis is my way of life. The MJ Bowl down in the US from the MJ BizCon.
Yep.
They have announced their winners. And they say cannabis, California cannabis. Something that the California MJ Bowl winners. There we go. Flower, Decibel.
Is
Garden,
this what Steve Bloom posted?
What's that?
Did Steve?
Yes, yeah, it is actually. Yeah.
Celeb Stoner.
I got something for you too. I just clicked it on. There we go. I'll put these up on the screen. Yeah, so we can see it right there. Different strains there. Papaya solventless rosin. Yes. A friend of mine makes some papaya solventless rosin. Squishes it. It's Mr. Squishy. Okay. Dreamstar. New York winners. They're on the screen. The vapes, edibles, concentrates, pre-rolls, flour. There you go. NJ Ball. And before we say goodbye, we had that break. Not just for you to get a bagel, but for me to get this package.
Oh, you found it, did you?
I found it. Yes, I found it. It was called Wild Card Extracts. Okay, this is from a product review. The strain says FG by CR.
Okay, don't know what that means.
Yeah. 73%. Here we go. That's total cannabinoids. THC 62%. CBD none. 70% THCA. Got some CBG in there. Corphophylline, farmine, I think, and limonene are the terpenes. Sweet, creamy, vanilla, orange hops. Yeah, I'd have to agree with that.
My first press was some curling. I was a curling iron.
Yeah. Wow. February 2023. 3 years. Almost.
I've had lots of stuff that's few years old.
Yeah.
And although I mean if it's in a
I haven't had it for 3 years, just so I want to make sure you know that.
if it's in a container and it's out of the sunlight and it's not in a hot room, it should be fine.
Yeah, it was in the container. It did leak. It did leak. It was sticky on the outside and everything, so I cleaned it all up. So, all right, we got 4 minutes. If anything else you want to discuss? Anything on the entertainment end? No.
No, not really. I mean, I haven't. I mean, there's some stuff coming up.
Right.
Apparently, there's a new spin-off coming up of from Game of Thrones, which I don't watch. My sister does. I'm waiting on to see what comes out of the Yellowstone franchise.
Oh yeah. They've
got some spin-offs starting in the winter season, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But other than that, I've been watching a lot of Mega Machines and things like that. I haven't been watching many shows lately.
I'm still watching that series, The Billionaire Bunker. It's starting to get the backstabbings going on. Yeah, this is the people who are in the 900 feet in the ground in a bunker,
like that.
Billionaire Bunker. That's what they're in there because the world has been scorched by nuclear war and all that stuff. Which is
not yet. We'd be dead if it had.
Just a bunch of hunky dory. They're just controlling these people. Is all they're doing down there.
I've seen similar things where they build condos out of old missile silos.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen those things. I guess it's the same kind of thing. Under the ground people. People who live under the ground are weird. But then I think that they probably say people that live above ground are weird.
Don't get any light.
And on that note,
yes. All right, it's good to find it. It doesn't have a stop. It never will. All right, good stuff. Yes, Buddy Weeds, you have a great weekend as well. Thanks for the information, background information. It's always good to find out about our people who we talk with while we're here live on the broadcast. So, all righty. Well, Al, anything? That's it. You're done.
Got
Time
to
to
clean
go.
off the car, and the sun's coming out now, and it stopped snowing. Look at that.
All right, there you go. You got the weather forecast at Terrace Bay, Ontario. Everybody enjoy their day, enjoy their week, and
minus 20.
minus. Well, hey, that's what it was the other day, and I went outside and I thought, gotta go out, gotta get out, gotta take the dog out. Right? Okay, next week. I see there's a comment there. Yep, no problem, Buddy Weeze. Thanks for chatting, and thanks for sending us messages. Interactive, getting together. It works. So I'll see you all later. Bye bye. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good
Uh-oh.
day, July 8th, 2025. Did you catch me nonchalantly try and look at the date up in the corner because I forgot? I hope nobody noticed.
Oh, no.
Absolutely beautiful day out here on the West Coast. It has been a few just incredibly awesome scorchers. I have
That's
to
great.
say it's been awesome walking at the beach and hanging out and just laying in the sun, letting the old mitochondria get all excited through at a cellular level. By the way, mitochondria like sunlight. How you doing?
I'm good. The weather is nowhere near as nice down here. It is gloomy and dreary, and we have some supposed lightning and thunderstorms coming at some point in time later today. I'm, it could be happening any moment. So hopefully it doesn't happen and I don't lose power. Fingers crossed.
Oh,
But
that's a bummer.
up to the day, we had some gorgeous weather. I was out walking around the woods on Sunday, and yeah, it was great.
Well, tell us about the Sunday.
Well, a previous guest of ours, Jessica Gavin, came to know. She lives in New Brunswick, Moncton, I believe, and she drove the 4 hours to come down and do a hike, a foraging hike with people. And a friend of hers, Chef Fiona, who's also a forager, prepared an amazing meal. And let me tell you, amazing meal. The only things that she didn't forage were the bread, and then she had some brie and the pasta. Everything else in the meal that she prepared came from the forest. So it was completely foraged. It was absolutely wonderful. So Jessica took us on an amazing walk. We found all kinds of mushrooms that, I never, never saw before because I just, I never look for them. Like they're this fucking big. That big. This fucking red one that it took up quite a bit of space, but it was only like a little tiny bit, tiny mushrooms. You're muted for some reason. And now you're frozen, I think. Oh, Steve, I think you're frozen. Steve is frozen and muted. But, oh, there he is. He's back, but he's still muted. And he left us. I love it when technology issues happen. Steve is back.
It'll be a technical difficulty day. I'm not sure what happened there. Everything froze, and then it was a big glitch, and now here I am again.
Yeah, you were muted, and then you brought your crock up to show all of your thingies on your crock. There's actually a name for those, but I can't remember what they are. Yeah,
I was gonna say, did it look like this? But then it kind of, for me, it just froze with the crock up there, and I looked, and everything was frozen. So
yeah, gibbets. They're called gibbets. Those things on your crocks, gibbets.
Oh,
I just remembered. I have 2 grandchildren that are very into these things. So,
well, just so everybody knows, both the Crocs and the
gibbets
were gifted to me. It's not like I ran out and bought a whole batch.
Sure, Steve.
Oh my.
Yeah.
So the guest we have on today, we have been trying for weeks, and just things, instead of going like this, just kind of went whoosh.
Oh yeah, we had him booked for 1 week, and then I think I was having a bad mental health day. I think then the following week he couldn't make it. The following week was Canada Day, and now we're here. A month later, 4 weeks, we get to bring him on. And he's a previous guest. We've had him on before. We absolutely adore this guy.
Should we bring him on?
You should do
Ladies
your drum roll, yes.
and gentlemen, please welcome to the podcast, the one, the only, the host of Just Talking, Justin McCarthy. How you doing, brother?
I'm good. How about you guys?
Fantastic.
Oh, here we
Steve
go.
Froze again.
That's okay. Steve can freeze up out there on the West Coast, and
yes.
We can keep going.
Oh, is that what's happening? Is it just my thing locking up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I won't sweat too hard when it happens.
Our broadband is too stretched out, I guess. You're in BC, I'm in Quebec and Montreal, and you're down in Nova Scotia in the Valley, right?
Yeah. What, you are in Montreal now. Have you moved there? Are you visiting there?
Yeah, I am temporarily moved, I guess you could say, a trial and error. No errors, more trial. So it's like a trial run.
Nice.
So I'm trial running it right now till the middle of September. But my intention is to stay here. My hope and my intention is to stay here. Yeah.
Montreal's an amazing city.
It's the best in Canada.
Oh, it's one of my favorites. Absolutely. Right up there with Vancouver.
Hmm.
Yep.
Well, I'm a little partial to that Vancouver one. So.
Yeah.
After the past few weeks being my perception, and I always recognize and have the awareness that my perception is mine, it's subjective, and my perception and that subjective view of Montreal is that it's such a vibrant city. Food, culture, people, everything that's here, the things that they put off, the amount of free content and entertainment and shows to showcase yourself and the beauty that is here in the Quebecois family. It's definitely not been anything less than my perception, maybe more, because the last few weeks I've been going downtown sporadically 1 or 2 times a week in the last 3 weeks, and the jazz festival just ended. The Cirque Ease is going on right now. There is a digital visual arts for like a week and a half, like 10 days in August. There's countless festivals and events going on all over the city. There's everything from sober ecstatic dance festivals with cacao and things to full-blown like Il Sonic on the island for EDM music. It's honestly like, it's so vibrant. You can't not do anything here. Anything and everything for everybody is here, and more, and stuff you didn't even know you wanted to see, you're going to see.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Tourism Montreal.
I should be a spokesperson for the Anglophone across this country for this city. Yeah.
Now listen, like I got to say, my first view of Montreal was the Jazz Festival. It was years ago. I was 18 years old, and off I went to Montreal in the middle of the Jazz Festival, and that was my first introduction to that city. And I think that's why I love it so much. I did jazz music all through school, played the trombone, was in the middle of it, and then kind of just dropped into Montreal in the middle of the Jazz Festival. And I fell in love with the city. So it's I'm a little envious. I think it's absolutely amazing that you've gone there. And it's such an open city to the earth medicines that I know that you practice with.
Yeah, it's very much there and alive. Every energy that you can think of that people are into. It's heavy, it's dense, it's light, it's refreshing, it's everything. So, you see everything from a mix of people that are aligned and aware and conscious to the people on the streets as well. But it's a huge like mix. I don't feel like, or I haven't found that corner that's like East Hastings in Vancouver. It's not like that at all. It's like dispersed throughout the city and kind of interwoven and mixed all into like a hodgepodge of everybody. So it's kind of cool to see. Like I'll be walking through St. Catherine down where they're having the arts and they're having the jazz festival, and you'll see homeless on the street there, and then you'll also see everybody else from all ages and all walks of life intermingled in and around people. It's not like this heavy crack and heroin and meth using in the corner all of a sudden. It's like it might be there in the alley, but then it's also like the vibrancy of life going on around it. So it's really been cool to watch and to witness all of this without judgment, and just to see the city itself be so vibrant and not hold back on my expectations or perception of what it is.
Yeah, there's a lot of great history out in that city as well. I'm assuming.
Oh, damn!
It's not safe to assume, Steve.
Yeah, no, but he's assuming something. I'm assuming he'll be back in a second.
Yeah. What was that, Steve? We missed you. Yeah.
Am I back?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
I'm assuming with the Jazz Festival that you might have ended up down in the old Montreal area.
Yeah, I did. Down around the port city and that area, there's definitely that huge history that you're talking about, and there's so much to learn. So right now I've just started, and we'll see how far this goes to learn the language itself, the Quebecois, Canadian French, and with that comes like a huge challenge for me to learn, but the depths of conversations that I want to have are beyond the English kind of spoken language. I want to know the native tongue here, and I can get away with this city. Anybody can with just knowing English and just coming here and speaking English. Most people do, but the depth of conversation that I really want to get into in this province, not just this city, is necessary that I know French or at least some comprehension of it. So that's what I'm doing right now, is sort of immersing myself. This is Canada. I'm immersing myself into my own country, into a second language without having to go abroad.
Yeah. That's amazing. Montreal is that tourist town that is, you don't have to speak French at all. I mean, you could live there and live your whole life and never have to speak a word of French. So yeah, I get that. And I think it's amazing that you're going to immerse yourself into the French and take the chance and learn that. And when you're done, head up to Quebec City, because they don't speak English there.
Exactly.
When I was there, I found that even attempting to say it in French, which would generally make them laugh anyway, but that would open it so they were more they would give me the proper stuff in English rather than asking directions to get sent the wrong way. Because I tried in French, they would actually send me the right way.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's something about I've noticed for myself, and again, this isn't I don't want to generalize, but my own interactions with the French population of different French populations within Canada itself. I just spent the last 2 years immersing myself into New Brunswick with the Acadian people, and that level of French, or that side of French, is a very different French as well in comparison to the Quebecois. They're very distinctly different. But there's an essence about the people, the French people here in Canada, the Acadian, the Quebecois, and the others. There's something beautiful about it. There's an invitation. There's an openness. There's an essence of energy that I feel very wholesome. And very much like raw, that's there. That's like, we'll say it the way we want to say it, but also we would like to welcome you in to our space if you are not an asshole. Let's say that.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Wow.
Yeah. So I ran into you. God, when did we run into each other? It was last May, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was the end of May or beginning of June, whenever that wellness in Halifax was.
And you had just gotten back not very long before that from Peru.
Yeah, that was back for a month and a half, I guess, from that. But yeah, that was another time down in Peru, leading a retreat to a medicine center that's down there in Tarapoto.
Expand on that and tell us about that, so that anybody that might be wanting or thinking or sitting on the fence can learn a little more.
Yeah. So it was a 8-day, 7-night retreat with ayahuasca. You're pretty much a standard entry-level retreat where you drink ayahuasca 3 times with the Shipibo tradition. This is the more of an individual but collective immersion into the medicine in a maloka, and so everybody sits on their own mat around collectively together, grabbing your brew 3 times throughout that 8 days, and 3 different ceremonies, 3 different nights, and each time you go up and work with the shaman, with the maestro. And the ayahuasquero will give you your brew and then also sing either Olympias or Icaros to you, depending on what your needs are from your interview with them. And you can work on a lot of your own things that you're going through as you come out. I'm helping guide people there. I set people up to go with me. I also go, I participate. And while we're there, I help with the guiding and coaching before, with the intention setting, set you up to come with me, and then while we're there I can help you through any things as well, and then also the integration coaching after that is open to the person, all wrapped in with the initial fee of what the retreat is.
Wow.
Yeah, I think you froze again, Steve.
But we got your audio, so that's good.
I don't know what's going on out here today, but it just seems to be a little bit. Yeah, I noticed it was a little glitchy.
I'll send Elon a message for you to see if we can get that Starlink out to you.
Yeah, then I won't have to. Yeah, then I won't ever freeze up.
Yeah.
So tell me, you talked about the going down there and the what goes on. Tell me something you would consider a miracle that you've experienced through those journeys.
It's been so interesting for me. I think these questions are always great questions. I always love the invitation, because each year or each time that I go down to do this work, I would say that my answer would change. So my answer is continuing to change with the change that's in myself. So if you would have asked me this 2 years ago, I probably would have been really a huge advocate for plant medicine and talking about how it's the be all end all and perfect and this is what everybody needs to do. Kind of like, let's just dose everybody so we can all wake up kind of mentality. And now I'm at a point where it's very much my own personal journey, and I invite the open door for people to join me so they can go on their own, whether they're just starting with something like ayahuasca or 5-MeO, or if they are advanced and want to go to this center because they specialize in master plant dietas. And this is the Shipibo tradition with the dietas, and they're different depending on who you go with, but this one specifically. So with myself, what would be a profound miracle? I would say that I've come full circle in a sense that I've gone through what I've been able to map out is a bit of a spiral of a spiral. And I say spiral, not like spiraling, but spiral as in like a helix instead of a linear line of awakening. And there's, on the one that I've created, there's 7 stages, and there is a loop that you get stuck in from 2 to 4 and potentially try to bypass from 2 to 6. And I won't get into too much of it, but if people want to reach out and dive further into it, I have a whole kind of creation that I have done with an explanation of all of it. And it's quite simple to break it down, the levels of awakening. And for myself, the full circle is to come out the other end now to start a potential new helical spiral, but with the awareness that none of the other things that I did needs any attachment to them. So I'm sort of like fragmenting and letting go of everything. And I would say that's the miracle of becoming lighter with non-attachment or detachment from everything that I've already come through in the last 4 years. And that's been really interesting because I definitely was at one of these lower stages where this was a savior type thing, where I thought this was going to be a part of me for the rest of my life. I was going to be what you could classify, I guess, as like somewhat of a plant medicine shaman and hold that space for people. And now I'm at a place where I'm fully reintegrated or reintegrating every day into my life, recognizing that I truly don't know anything. And I love that place of freedom and lack of expectation or pressure on my shoulders to walk through life and just to allow the human experience to be what it is.
Wow.
Wow, indeed.
Awesome and profound words. That was beautiful.
I never know if this stuff resonates with people. I just know it's my journey, and that's really like my perception of it, or I try to articulate it as best I can through my words and expression, the way that I conduct life and the way that I go about it. I'm human like everybody else, and I really see myself as that. But by seeing myself as that, I've been able to see other people as it too. And so the compassion and empathy that has come through on viewing other people with all of our silliness, and I don't want to say trauma and flaws because it's human. It's just our makeup, our coping mechanisms from youth. It's our way of being through our journey. So if somebody has just drank ayahuasca or done the God molecule, and all of a sudden they're just like over the moon, blown out, and they're just like, we got to change the world. I'm like, I've been there. Keep going. Keep going. I've been there. I got you. Yeah. Let's change the world. I'm behind you.
But it's good though. It's good that there's a stream of more people coming in going, I want to change the world. The funny thing is, in the beginning, you're really loud, but as you heal, you slowly kind of get quieter and more specific with your words and who gets them. And yeah, it's kind of a. But I find that the traumas and whatnot all vary.
Yeah.
But the journeys are very similar in the aspects of how compassion has to flow. Like I find that most people will find compassion for somebody else that's hurting, which is in turn teaching you how to be compassionate for yourself who's hurting.
Mm-hmm.
But we have to learn how to be that way. And it's easier to learn to be that way for somebody else. But once you know the way, now it's just applying it to you as well, which has for me been a real hard part of the journey.
Yeah, I would totally agree with you. I think the journey in itself is just aging and maturing through that age. So over time, the accumulation of all of this, from the innocence of a child up till 7 to 10 years old, to the construction of the ego and the individual from say 10 till 21, and then recognizing a young adult stage of like your 20s of being kind of invincible or very much avoidant through the construction from the past 20 years, to 30s and 40s and becoming more mature, hopefully, and then on to being a training elder. And that's what I've really seen for myself, is this training of being an elder, where you can sit back and just watch the kids play and allow for other people to really just be themselves and be whatever stage they're at in their journey. But like you said, walk that path already. And since you've been down that path, there's nothing to prove. There's nothing to show. So you just witness it all, you observe it all, and hold as little judgment as you can through it. And when people want help or they ask questions, you say, I don't really know, but this is my perspective.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, I feel the same way. It's I have recently started to work with a group of people here in Nova Scotia, and I've been invited onto the board of the Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society, actually. And I am finding that is the exact attitude that I am walking in with. I don't say much unless I'm asked. And, you know, otherwise I sit there and just like kind of observe what's going on. And I know that I'm going quite specific with what you're saying, but like this was kind of my example, like that you know, of it resonating with me, and that I've noticed myself taking those steps.
Yeah. And it's interesting to watch my own, like, so if I was in a situation like that, which I have been, and I'm sure I will be again, and to see my change through experience over time, being in that space around people that feel maybe that some people would be archetypally feeling like they know the answers, feeling like they have to take a lead role. Some people have to sit back and watch or be a complimentary piece or whatever that is. I love sitting back and watching all of it. And in my interaction, naturally to have like knee-jerk reaction or get to a point where I feel like I gotta say something and actually like say something. It all is. And that's what's been really cool about it, is to watch all of that and just allow for the spontaneity of my interactions in those types of situations just to be natural. And then come at them and not overanalyze or over intellectualize about what is and isn't, or what should and should not be, and just allow it to unfold and be like, well, that was a fun scene.
Yes, it's easier on the psyche when you just are in the flow without trying to keep the analytical part going.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that part of me runs, it continues to run. And that's one thing I've noticed, is that I've gotten to points where I've wanted to control it and try to turn it off and stop being so analytical. But I know that's the way that my brain naturally works. So I just let it go now with any kind of resistance. And so it just flows. And sometimes it gives me answers that are confirmative in its own distorted bias way, and it sounds really good, and then I choose to share sometimes, and sometimes I don't. And then there's other times that I get lost in self and I just express the way I want to, whether that's through whatever range of emotions, and just be through all of that. And so trying not to restrain the human that is Justin and just allow him to live this life, because who am I in my own awareness to try to like dictate who Justin is and what he wants to do in this world? And like, because I have no judgment against him.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Because if you're pulling it to yourself, you pull it to those around you, which means you're leading by example. Right at this moment, we've got to take our break in our sponsor time. So we're going to get you to hold on for a couple of minutes. We're going to go to a sponsor break, hang out. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Good day, and welcome back to the Mushy Moment podcast for Tuesday, July 8th. We're here with Justin McCarthy. You have a podcast running.
I do, yeah.
And I love the name. Just so you know, I the way you did that is awesome. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so the name is Just Talking. It's definitely been a highlight of things I've been doing since the new year, and finally been able to get it going. And you started this podcast with some technical difficulties, and every time that we have these virtual or digital spaces, there's something to be said about the technical issues that we have. And that Just Talking podcast is, my name is in there. So if you take the letters within there, it's Justin, Just Talking. The spin and then on the name Just Talking with the T and the G gone is like a Newfie slang, because being from Newfoundland, we drop kind of letters everywhere. So that's what we're doing, is raw conversation similar to this. We're just talking. It really goes off of the curiosity that I have about the guest. So if I find somebody that I'm curious to know more about, typically a stranger, someone that I haven't met before, that comes on, because news stories, like many novel things, is intriguing to me. I want to know about their story, both personally and professionally, how they come to do what they do, or how they got through what they got through, and then be able to have that conversation from anywhere to 60 to 90 minutes with them. There's 24 episodes with a bunch of people lined up over the next couple of weeks. While I'm here in Montreal, I'm setting up more of a professional studio for myself, where I have like a full screen and monitor. Everything is set up, so I just push the power buttons and turn it on. Stable internet, these types of things. And so my intent is for it to grow, and I feel I feel right now it's been really successful. I wanted to get to 21 episodes without any kind of analytical overview or assessment from me, just allow the feeling and the observation of how it was running through 21 episodes to just do what it needed to do naturally, just ebb and flow, bob and weave, to have issues, to not airing certain episodes, to guest cancellations and everything that you don't expect with before you start it. And then just to see how that works. And you never know until the experiences happen. So I wanted just to experience 21 episodes. And why I say 21 is there's a number out there that's floating around in the podcast space that if you get to 21 and you're active, then you're amongst the top 1% of all the active podcasts that are out there, because a lot of people start them and stop them usually around between 1 and 5. And it's kind of like this novel thing you get into. A lot of people don't even start it. They just have the idea, I want to start a podcast type narrative, and then it never happens. But if it does, a lot of people stop somewhere before 5. If they get to 21 or double digits at least, there's usually a huge halt or stop on people, because it's a commitment. It's a constant commitment to release one. I release one every week, every Monday morning. I have one edited, ready to go on YouTube, Spotify, and anywhere that you can stream. And it's been fun. It's been really fun. I feel like my ability to have a conversation is good, and then to ask questions and be a natural interviewer. So it's been interesting to see that this part of me is something that I would like to continue to grow and through the experience to get better at. So it's something that I want to continue to do for the foreseeable future, as long as technology and everything allows me to, because it's really interesting to have conversations and raw conversations and get real and have that emphasis of real raw emotions or what people think, even if it's messy or wrong in the collective eyes, just to allow that stuff to come out, because I feel like that's where we learn the most, not just about ourselves, but about like collectively everybody around us. What are we seeing right now, from online dating to the hyper use of narcissism and toxic masculinity to modalities within spirituality or grand awakenings through things like plant medicines or Kundalini awakenings, whatever that is for people. The conversations on Just Talking are about that. And so I try to keep it as kind of dinner table-esque as I can, and also on track to be a flowing conversation of somewhat of an interview loosely. And that's really what it's about. It's about having a broad, general conversation about the guest and what it is that they're doing and what they're into in that point in time in their life.
What's the biggest surprise that hit you from when you started podcasting?
Oh, great question. Honestly, I turn it back to myself again, not to be self-centered, I guess, but to recognize that there's a part of me that felt that I would be good at this. And obviously there's a self-doubt or a narrative within myself that says, yeah, but everybody's good at something. And, or you're good at it, but how good can you be? Is the stat, is the audience going to be reflective, and the measurement and the metrics going to be reflective of how good you think you are? And that actually has been one of the things that recognize that, hey, you know what, this is actually something I am good at. This is something that if I wanted to pursue it, I think over time it could grow into something that would be sustainable, or at least something that I continue to do as a commitment long term. And because it's something I enjoy, not just for financial or monetary value, hopefully in the future, but actually because I enjoy doing it and I get to network and meet people. So the conversations that I have, I'm getting to learn more and more and more about different ways that the human experiences this life. And as I start to branch out, because my niche within it is Atlantic Canada, and I do perceive that I will grow out of that kind of a geographical area into Canada or beyond, I guess, into the world internationally.
But for now, I want to keep it within Atlantic Canada and the voices within Atlantic Canada, because that's really where I started with all this, and to highlight what's there already. And so within that, the conversations that I get to have and the people that I'm meeting is profound. And I think that's the biggest thing is to see in myself that I can do this, and I actually am worthy of doing this. And the other one is the people that I'm meeting are people that I think I'm going to be able to be connected with for a long, long time, that I have conversations with.
Wow.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. I do it because I freaking love it, and I love talking to people. The same thing. I like the learning, hearing other people's stories, learning, and just.
And he was half joking when he came to me and said, "Hey, when are we going to have a podcast?" And I said, "Apparently in 2 weeks," and that's when we started.
No concept of what it took. No concept of, oh, this is something ongoing that you have to do. You know, you've got to find guests. You've got to do things to make it flow.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it was kind of funny. You know, I love where it is. I get asked sometimes, well, do you ever look at the numbers? Do you ever look at? And for me, none of that matters. The data is all.
Oh, and we're losing him again.
Spits a couple of pearls that are going to help somebody in their pathway. And some people spit a lot more pearls than others, but it's always there to go back and look at. It's always there to be viewed again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And part of it, I have a grandson as well. Hey, when I'm long gone, I know he can go back and watch me babble lots.
Mm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, Steve may not pay attention to the numbers. I do sit and talk with the owner of the network once in a while, just to find out how we're doing. Because, I do understand that we air at a time of day that, not necessarily live viewers are going to be there, but the replays get us. And, we have a number of podcasts that reach a lot of people, and it's really exciting to have that happen. And, I've had it happen a number of times, both here in Nova Scotia and out in Vancouver, where, I've had somebody walk up to me and they're like, you have a podcast. And it's really cool to have that recognition and that excitement of somebody that has watched us, throughout the last few years. And, they recognize me right off. And that's it's only happened twice. But it was very profound both times that it happened. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
And it blows into a bigger conversation, usually about healing.
Always.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah. And then you get to hear their take on it, like how they viewed it or how it hit them. And I'm always surprised by that part of it is how they interpreted it through their own lens, and the things that actually resonated with them from that podcast is stuff that I never would have imagined. Like in my synapses, summary, point by point, what this podcast is about. Sometimes what's within those lines is actually what resonated the most with people. So that's one of the biggest interesting things about it, is that the thumbnail that you create, the SEO headline or tags, or how I construct the bios and the bodies and the copy for the different social media platforms, none of that actually tells the tale. It's the viewers and the audience that actually tells the tale on what is actually resonating with them, what's hitting home for them. And there's been some that's gotten 20 views or 20 downloads, and it's been 5 people coming back and saying how profound that conversation was. And then other ones having 450 views.
Truly, if it
and
even
there's
helps
0. Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'm really glad you're doing it, just so you know.
Oh, thank you.
I think that, people that are walking honorably in the healing world, that are putting out podcasts, they're leaving the trail of crumbs for people that start looking. And, all you got to do is catch a couple crumbs and off you are, and you see a few episodes and they lead to life-changing events.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, it really does. And collectively, if we're all talking about these things, then it creates a new reality within our society. And so the more that this permeates outwards, which it is doing, and of course we see the double side of that coin being spirituality becoming trendy, or all these different retreats and modalities becoming kind of like taboo and interesting in a way that like people are becoming more hurt or more I'll use traumatized for lack of a better word, through what it is that they're doing, and re-traumatized even. And that is all a part of it. Like that has to happen as well. Everything got to get blown wide open for us to allow to see what is actually worth keeping at the end. So we'll pick up those crumbs like you're talking about that are worthy, and those are the things like the 2,000-year-old teachings of Buddha, and those things last the test of time. So that's all evolution in itself, that whatever will be meaningful will last, and whatever can stand the test of time will, and all the other stuff will just fade out and become impermanent like everything else does.
Wow. Hey, this thing, newfoundawakening.com.
Oh, you can just do, if you want to, you can just do at Newfound Awakening for social media, Facebook and Instagram, because my website ended up coming down. I have another one ready to go. It's in the works, but I don't know how soon or if I'll be putting it up, with a few different irons in the fire, from the podcast to some stuff with Veterans Affairs. We'll see if I take a step back from a lot of the stuff that I'm doing, and go in a bit of a different avenue with a pause button pressed, or if I will be continuing down this road. But that's all.
So you caught my attention with, you're working with the VA now.
Yeah.
Doing? What are you doing?
Yeah. So I got the big backstory. I got 10 years in the military, 3 years Army, 7 years in the Navy. And through that, I ended up having a back injury when I got out in 2016. I did a vocational rehabilitation at that time, before any of this stuff was happening. And when this stuff was happening, I actually was getting out of what I was doing with the rehab program, which was re-education. And I couldn't handle the stress at that time. And then I had to go through all of this catalyst of spiritual awakening, we could say, different perspective on life, and I blew my life off. So like I had to get rid of all the support. I got rid of my marriage. I got rid of everything and kind of let the dust settle, and then said, okay, I need a new starting point. And that's been the last 5 years. So now I've re-engaged with Veterans Affairs because I've actually been experiencing quite a bit of sciatica because of that back injury this year. And it's gotten to a point where the pain has escalated daily, constantly, to the level that it was originally with the injury, with the lumbar disc injury. So I've reopened this with the hopes of going back into this rehabilitation. And with the rehabilitation potentially comes education. And I'm hoping to go back to further my education and finish my degree and post-secondary education, to now get myself to a place where government and society is able to see what I do with the credentials behind me as well. That's the hope, that's the intent, and we'll see if that goes in that direction. The other one, like yourself, I believe, correct me if you're wrong, with some mental health issues because of the environmental impacts that are within that space. So that's another claim that's been reopened and looking at getting reassessed in a way that I'm very positive about the outcome, to be honest, with the findings and stuff that's there from my past and the impact from my service years. So I'm looking at a few of those because that's a part of the thing from this incarnation, this journey that Justin's been on. And I'm looking to reopen a few of those. And if they do, then my identity, I guess you could say, is to go potentially be a veteran again, and hopefully a student within post-secondary education.
Wow. Well, that's exciting. I've been, working with the VA in a similar fashion, trying to get my pension sorted and try to get everything sorted. Yeah, so it's a long process with them, but yes. I definitely right now, with so many people having their eyes on what are we doing for our veterans, I see positive outcomes for what you're shooting for, and I think that's amazing. And I can't wait to watch it and see what you do in the future with it.
Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah, it's exciting, and to bridge. And you and I have had this conversation before, to bridge that gap between these, sacred medicines and these sacred healings, and not just the medicines. Like it's like we've mentioned, like part of the integration is observation. So it's not just the medicines, it's the way of thinking, it's the dietas, it's the healing, it's the eating properly, it's everything together. So we have this, for lack of a better word, a spirituality world over here, and then we have the modern world over here. And to get that bridge, I think, is extremely important, because it's going to be that bridge that helps the modern world see the spiritual conscious world and see that consciousness and that oneness. And I think it's going to take doing what you're planning on doing to help some of these people see it and walk that bridge over.
Yeah, and I've always and that's a perfect way you put it. The bridge is exactly it, and that's been in my intent ever since first learning and working with Cambo, is to be somewhere in between that white coat clinical psychologist, behavioral psychologist, and then be that woo-woo spiritual shaman. And so be somewhere in the middle on a spectrum, floating back and forth depending on what the person needs. And then going then into more 5-MeO work and Bufo work, and then with ayahuasca and these types of psychedelics, then could I be a part of that bridge more effectively if I'm trained in a actual clinical therapist or a psychologist or psychiatrist even? And we'll see how far this journey and road goes with this one. But that's my intent, is that if that is what's open to me and those doors are open, then I'm going to try to walk through them. They're not going to be easy, and by any means. Going back to school at 39 years old is not an easy feat.
I did it at 53.
But it's doable, right? So I'm hoping that I have an intent to do it. I'm interested to do it, and there seems to be a purpose behind it. So if those doors open up, I'm going to gladly walk through them and take on those challenges. Because that bridge that you were talking about is exactly what I've been interested in being a part of. So having that credential in the Western medicine model, that shows also that there is potential within putting that body, mind, and spirit back together for people, and allowing them to walk across that bridge and to say, okay, so I'm here, a human on this planet, living this experience. And I also want more meaning and purpose in my life, because that is a part of what makes the alchemical reactions within the body come to life. That's what animates the spirit in a human, is that if we can put that all in context and to recognize that this part of us needs meaning to actually function in our life, then how can we inject that meaning based off of getting to know yourself and what your strong points are and your interests are? And so integrating all of that back into, let's create a template. And from my coaching side of things, I'm very much like solution focused, instead of rehashing the problems all the time in traditional analytical or type of psychotherapy, where you just rehash the BS, right? And so actually having a game plan, an aim, a trajectory, a destination, and then actually have, say, support through insurance or government backing, funding, or any of those things, to be able to support the sustainability of this transition, to build this bridge in between these two worlds.
And having a piece of paper on the wall,
working on building that bridge as well. With the what's that?
I said I didn't catch everything you said. So I
glitched out again. I said current science is actually working on building that bridge as well. It's connecting what the shamans used to speak their words to the science, and they're now going, oh, they meant this, and it's all coming together. And there's a lot of the science that's now, instead of the science going, that doesn't make sense, that woo-woo language doesn't make sense. Now they're figuring out what the English comparisons of the language are, and they're matching the science. You know, there was that one shaman that drew out a bunch of diagrams of visions that he saw, and he would talk about in shamanic way. But when the scientists took those drawings around, they went, oh, that's the double helix. Oh, that's a cell in its splitting. Oh, that's a cell in. Every picture he was drawing was a scientific structure of happening in science, but described in a historic shamanic aspect of story. So, you know, now they're going, oh, this is the same thing, just different languages, which is a beautiful thing to watch the science now with quantum, like that, with the quantum stuff that they're putting out, quantum physics and quantum entanglement. Oh, it's proving we are all one. Oh, they're proving that energy observed modifies its behavior. So it's all stuff that's been said in different languages. You know, for many of the shamans, I would believe the words would just be observe. You know, those are the ones that rattle off my head like crazy. But what's the definition of observe? Right? Everybody has a different version. But if a shaman says to you, observe, and you're stuck on your definition and you're hyper vigilant thinking you're observing all the time, you're not observing. Observing is observing without any emotional context, so that the energy can modify itself just by being observed.
Yeah, exactly. And you hit the nail on the head with those. Is like that observation, understanding that the finger pointing at the moon is not the moon. And so just to observe the moon as it is without having to label it, and to be in that experience itself, just to see that white shining light reflecting that bright light from the sun back to you. And that it's interesting to get to that point. Like Rumi quotes that quite a bit and talks about that in his esoteric type poetry. And something that you end up talking about that quantum side of things is that we look at the microcosm and the macrocosm being an expression of itself, and it's the same all the way down microscopically all the way to the macro, and it changes its trajectory or its way of being based on observation, and that's the split test. And that's a really interesting test, because when you put it that way, we recognize that through our own psychological and interesting validation of things, is that we act a certain way depending on observation of ourselves. So if somebody observes, say, a child, and they're watching a kid, and then they say, mom, look at me, or without saying, mom, look at me, they end up doing something more risky, or they end up doing something more courageous or adventurous. We do this based off of people observing us. So that's why people are making TikTok videos today, and the validation that comes out, it's natural. It's natural to want to be validated. And now there's an inauthenticity. I'll say this with a grain of salt. It's like not all of it is authentic. It comes from a place of what we could say wounding, and this need for validation because of mother and father wounds. But it still all is a part of the human experience, which is awesome. But I love that you referenced the quantum side of things and all the other things too.
Sorry, I have a loud plane flying over right now.
Whenever he goes muted, it's because he's right under the flight path.
Flying over. Yeah, I did a little AI digging with some stuff, and asked a trail of what are the 10 things people should know if based on these teachings, and I just kept it running and ran it through all the religious teachings, all of the or a whole bunch of the martial arts tenets, all of the top psychologists, all of the top scientists, current and past. And one, including what is some of the latest stuff we've learned from CERN and the quantum experiments. And one of the big things that it gave me was, it said, well, because humans are interdimensional beings, they have the ability to, but that was the key part that grabbed me, because I've tried to ask AI about other things, and if it says there's no scientific backing, etc., to back it, it won't give me the data. But in this moment of going through days of travel, it said, oh, we're interdimensional beings. So when I asked about how to experience it, it went breath, meditation, and all the medicines.
Mm.
It was pretty interesting. But apparently we're coming up to that time. So you got like 30 seconds. What do you want people to know?
Just get out there and live the experience itself. That's the biggest thing I can say to anybody is that if you're searching, whatever stage you're at is where you're supposed to be. And so just live it. Just go into it. If it hurts, it hurts. If it's fun and enjoyable, it's fun and enjoyable. If it's heartbreak right now, it's heartbreak. It's meant to be that. And so try not to push away what it is that you're going through right now so forcefully, but just embrace it and to be able to say, this needs to happen. And it will.
It has been amazing to have you on again, Justin. I always enjoy chatting with you, listening to you talk. It was so good to see you at the wellness show, even if it was only for a few moments. I'm super excited for your chapter in life that you're living in Montreal and immersing yourself into, Quebecois French language and expanding that way. And I wish you nothing but the best. And I can't wait to have you back on again and have you speak French and have me understand nothing. But I can't wait for you to show us what you've learned.
Yes, it has been an absolute honor to have you back on, my friend.
Thank you. Thanks for having me again. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Hey, everybody, it's time for us to say goodbye. So thank you, Justin. Thank you, Cindy. Thank you, everybody that watches this podcast. Much love. We'll see you next week.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponic shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Adults with ASD report significant improvements in their symptoms following cannabis inhalation, according to data published in the journal Nature Scientific Reports. Researchers affiliated with the Washington State University and the University of New Orleans reviewed data from 111 self-identified ASD patients between the ages of 19 and 70. And study participants self-medicated with cannabis and reported their results in real time on the mobile technology platform StrainPrint. Investigators accessed nearly 6,000 separate StrainPrint entries compiled over 74 months.
They reported using a large data set from self-identified autistic adults self-medicating with cannabis. We found that ratings of the severity of negative affect, which is anxiety and irritability, were reduced 75.78%. 75%. Ratings of the severity of repetitive behaviors compulsive behaviors were reduced by 70.41%. That's huge. Ratings of the severity of problems with mental control, concentration, were reduced by 68.59%. Holy cannoli. And ratings of sensitivity, skin and sound sensitivity or sensory overload, were reduced by 68%. Holy Joe. For immediately before to shortly after inhaling cannabis. Moreover, these symptoms were reduced rather than exacerbated or unchanged in 98.3% of the cannabis use sessions. Holy cannoli. These findings are among the first to indicate that cannabis is perceived to improve highly prevalent symptoms associated with ASD in adults using cannabis for symptom management.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Look at all that money. Yeah, the money that they spent. Take another look and take some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, 'cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for him. Well, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rent. Well, it's time for hemp.
Yes, it is. It is time for hemp. Thank you for tuning in. I am your host, Casper Leach. Please note that anytime you hear the word joint on the big broadcast, we ask you to hit your pipes, your bongs, your vaporizers, and take time for hemp. And we are focused on this wonderful plant. This plant, as Jack Hare once said, if it can't save the world, it's the only one that can come close to saving the world. And it's got all kinds of wonderful features to it, especially medical. And that is today's topic, medical cannabis. And speaking of medical cannabis, my joint host here in the United States, Al Byrne, is a medical cannabis expert. He helped start Patients at a Time, put together a handful of amazing medical symposiums, and has been letting the whole world know how important it is to take time for hemp. Al Byrne, thank you for joining the big joint broadcast.
Well, thank you for inviting me. Of course, I didn't have much choice being the co-host, but hey,
joint host.
Yeah, joint host. I keep blowing that. I'm sorry. Yeah, I wrote a book. There it is, For Country and Cannabis. It's a real book. It's about 360 pages long, and it's full of stuff that you probably don't know about cannabis and how we got here in the United States and Canada and across the world. How we did it and who did it and how long it took and all the good guys and the bad guys that we ran into along the way. And I think that if you're a medical professional, you're a patient, you care about a patient, you should read this book. I'm not going to make any real money off it, but what I wrote it for was to educate. That's been my goal since I started this process in 1983. And along the way, I met another Al. He's up there in Ontario, Canada, and his name is Al Graham, and I'd like to welcome him.
G'day, hey, how you doing?
Thank you for joining us. It's nice to have you as a joint host.
Yeah, it's great to be here. It's great to be a joint host, and I really look forward to today's interview.
And you showed the Time for Hemp broadcast up there in Canada on the Pace Radio Network. Ain't that right?
Yes, it is. Friday mornings at 10 o'clock The Time for Hemp broadcast airs on the Pace Radio Network or Pace Network, and Pace stands for People Advocating Cannabis Education, and we touch on psychedelics as well.
Groovy, baby. So I take it we've got a joint guest today that's going to have a joint chat with us.
Yes, we do. We have a guest today who is a well. I'm just going to talk about the fact that he is a retired colonel from the Army. He's been retired for about 25 years. He's been a combat physician, as well as he has consulted and lectured people about the endocannabinoid system, as well as he has developed a product that we are going to discuss today. And so we'd like to welcome Colonel Philip Blair to the broadcast.
Well, hello, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be with you.
Welcome. And thank you for taking time for hemp.
Okay, I'm going to move us around, and there we go. All right, Colonel, usually we like to start the show by finding out a little bit of information on our guests and give us a bit of an idea how you got involved in the cannabis community, and obviously as a retired colonel, fill us in on your military background as well.
Yeah, a real pleasure. Well, at 17, I joined the United States Military Academy in 1968, and I graduated in 1972. I spent 2 years in the artillery learning how to kill people. Wow. And then I graduated to medical school at University of Miami, where I changed my ways. And I did residency in family medicine for 3 years in Augusta, Georgia. And from there, I did rotations around the country. I've had 17 different assignments throughout the world, including Italy, Germany, Hawaii, Saudi Arabia, different locations. And I ended up in Kansas, going back home. From there, during that time, I did do a stint at the first Gulf War as a DISCOM surgeon, and I was the manager of about 6 or 8 medical companies during the warfare. And we did the 3rd Armored Division, which did the end around, the Hail Mary approach into Iraq and Kuwait. And we stayed there about 6 months. And I got a taste of the oil wells burning as well.
Oh.
From there, I became the director of primary care and emergency medicine at Fort Riley, Kansas. And I retired and came to Longview, Washington. And I spent some time in occupational medicine, but then I retired very directly. And I took on different positions as locum tenens for filling in for doctors who are out of country in Newfoundland and Alaska. And then I joined a company that was doing disease management in kidney disease. I spent about 10 years with them. From there, I discovered and I developed my own disease management program with 4 dietitians, and we were deploying different types of dietary approaches using a low carbohydrate approach, and we were having terrific results. But I was introduced to cannabis at that time with a CBD company called Elixinol. And from there, I signed on with them and started counseling people about the use of cannabidiol or CBD. And for the next 6 years, I stayed steady with them, learning all the science that I could, lecturing, talking, exploring all the benefits of a full spectrum cannabis as well as CBD. And during that time, I learned about another compound that is also found in cannabis, a terpene that is also a phytocannabinoid called beta-caryophyllene, or I abbreviate it BCP. And from there, I developed my own product. I had it manufactured, and I've been producing that for the last 4 years for my company. And I've seen enormous benefits of this, and it mirrors most of the benefits of cannabis very specifically. So that's just to give you a detail of what I've been through.
Wow. I want to jump in here with a question. soldier to soldier, comrade, and friend to friend. You've had a path where you have seen an enormous amount of grief and enormous amount of injury and complications to the human body that have had to have wrenching effects on your psychic and your spirit and your soul that probably put you into a more compassionate spirit and a more compassionate path. How have you managed to walk through your path and still bounce with a happy smile on your face today, all that you've struggled with? I mean, you have dealt with quite a heavy burden, and I recognize that. And I'm certain it's not been easy, the path you've walked.
Well, I've relied on hemp and hemp products for most of my benefits, and I've always been driven by helping people, very specifically trying to help people, veterans and all people, and whatever disease. And being a family practitioner, I've delivered babies. In fact, I delivered my own 2 children, as a matter of fact. But in addition, I've always been out there trying to help people and help overcome these chronic illnesses. And that's where I entered the dietary regimen, because I found that was the most effective way to mitigate against many of these problems. And then I got into the veterans, and I was working with the veterans and trying to get them to overcome the post-traumatic stress disorder and traumatic brain injuries as well. And when I discovered cannabis, I was blown away by the denial that we've had for almost a century about the benefits of cannabis for individuals and their mental health. In fact, I actually wrote a book, Medicinal Cannabis in Mental Health Care and CBD, and to aspire to these particular benefits for the mental health of everybody who can use this product. And so I am completely endorse hemp. I completely endorse the products that are being derived from it. And I think the focus is on the endocannabinoid system, the system that permeates our bodies, but is denied by the general medical care.
Well, I salute you for all you being able to go into all those battles and walking into all that grief and tragedy with the attitude that you're going to make it better and not be afraid of it, not turn away and run from it. So thank you for all that you've done and the service you've given. And now I'm bipolar. You talked about how this helps with your mental stabilities. I find that when I smoke cannabis, I'm not too happy, and I'm not too sad. I'm like right in the middle. Do you find that to be true with other people that you work with?
Oh, yes. In fact, I've been exploring different products, and particularly BCP has shown marvelous potential for anxiety, depression, and bipolar, that it could mitigate against many of the ups and downs of that problem, whereas it avoids the highs that are necessarily, or the adverse effects from the medications that are commonly used. So it's got a huge benefit profile, and I think it would be fabulous to try that out for you and find out if it tempered your effects.
Colonel, where are you physically located right now?
I'm in Castle Rock, Washington.
Wow.
It's about 120 miles south of Seattle.
And is that where your firm is located as well?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to stay with the veteran thing for a minute. Post-traumatic stress disorder. I've had a long-term problem with that word disorder. I once worked as a combat counselor for the VA in the Agent Orange program, and I asked medical doctors, registered nurses, etc., that I would give in-service. I'm sure you're aware of that term. I would give in-service at different locations, and I would ask them to drop the disorder. Sir, am I wrong that you can be, in a medical terminology, that you can be born with a disorder? Is that correct?
Well, you can be born with a number of biochemical and genetic problems that lead to different syndromes or collections of different symptoms that can form a syndrome that has different specific derogatory symptoms. And from early childhood, we know that PTS, as you're calling it, and I completely endorse that name. I just use the standard term that I hear mostly from the medical community as PTSD, but PTS is certainly acceptable. And what we find is that PTS is a common denominator of childhood illnesses. And that when children are abused or neglected or suffer innumerable consequences or maybe have traumatic injuries, that they can be faced with traumatic changes in their endocannabinoid system that lead to their propensity to develop PTS symptoms as an adult. In fact, most of the people who actually do develop chronic PTS symptoms as an adult have a disorder of childhood called an ACE, advanced adverse childhood events in childhood that can lead to the preparation of the body for this derogatory events that later happen in life.
You know, I'm glad you said that, because when I was working as a counselor, of course, I worked with a lot of other counselors and all kinds of combat guys. And when we worked as counselors, individual, and then the counselors would get together once a week and we'd shoot the breeze about what was going on, we found that some 60% of the veterans that we were working with had exactly what you were talking about. They admitted to having some sort of trauma even before they got in the military. And that's when I came up with, as you've used that word, syndrome, to describe it. So you're complimenting my comment here, that you're saying that a lot of folks, not just military folks, but those that have had trauma and experience and are into post-traumatic stress are in that category. That's what I'm hearing.
Absolutely. Yeah. There's many thousands of people who are in that category. They just may not show it. You know, the rates of PTS are different for different people, and people can go into it and go out of it at different times, particularly women. Women are the major portion of PTS. It's not the military, it's women who have suffered the greatest consequences of PTS. Now, there's about a high rates of PTS in women during their lifetime, up towards about 15%. But it's not really well recognized for their abuses, the abuses that they go through and the trauma they go through and their manifestation. In fact, there's a symptom complex called complex PTS, very specifically, that deals with the chronic nature of this problem, particularly in women, but it can occur in men as well.
And the 15% are sexual, control, getting beat up,
from all causes.
Everything.
All causes.
Trauma.
Just trauma in general. Oh wow, I didn't know that. Well, thank you for bringing that up. Okay, let's go to the endocannabinoid system. I first heard those words in 1988 from a researcher at the University of Indiana, and her name escapes me right now, but I didn't know what she was talking about. I was setting up these academic conferences, and I was put on with her, and she came in and she announced this endocannabinoid system, which I understand, if I'm correct, is not only in all humans, it's virtually in all living creatures except insects. And I also think that the endocannabinoid system, again, please correct me if I'm wrong, is the defining system of life. In other words, it controls my body, it controls my immune system, my nervous system, et cetera, et cetera. Is that all correct?
Well, to some degree. Now, it's the endocannabinoid system was actually identified in hyphae, the hydra, the small animal, and then from there it's progressed in different animals. All animals have it except for insects. You're right, but that progression has been multifold, and it encompasses a great deal of systems. And those systems have gotten very involved in animals and humans. Essentially, animals have the same endocannabinoid system as we do, but ours is much more elaborate with additional receptor systems that are involved. Now, the endocannabinoid system was actually, I believe it was established in the early 1990s because they identified the CB1 receptor and the CB2 receptor in 1993. And they also identified some of the other cannabinoid substances, endocannabinoid substances that permeate the body. And so and from there, we've blossomed with a great deal of literature, but it's still under impressive in terms of the approach that we've had for it. Essentially, what the endocannabinoid system is a master regulator of other systems. I term it the 12th body system, where you've got the GI, the neurologic, the musculoskeletal, the immunologic system, and all these systems are interacting. And the endocannabinoid system appears to be that master controller and regulator of all these systems. It's not the only controller, but it is a master controller in that anytime, and one of the terms that has been called is a homeostatic system. And that's actually been one of the terms that's been used because that maintains a normal level, a normal functioning level. Now, when we get into a huge disease states, we may have that system rise up and get impaired. Or if we are deficient in many ways, it may go down to a low level and we get impairments in that way. So there's controls and regulators. There's a number of receptors. But what it amounts to in the endocannabinoid system is a number of molecules like AEA and 2AG are the most common agonists that occur with the endocannabinoid system. And then there's a number of receptors that are involved. There's a CB1 receptor and the CB2 receptor. And there's a couple others that are tangentially involved and they haven't been declared as definite receptors. But there's a host of other enzymes that produce the endocannabinoids and those that degrade the endocannabinoids, and they're involved. And then there are transport molecules that are connected. Plus, there's all kinds of signaling molecules that connect up to interface with these endocannabinoid substances. Now, among the endocannabinoid substances, there are the AEA and 2AG, but there are also a number of endocannabinoid substances that are not these types of molecules that don't connect with these receptors, but are still very deeply involved with the endocannabinoid system. For instance, palmitoyl ethanolamide, that's usually abbreviated PEA, and oleol ethanolamide. And these are incredible substances that have huge value, and they're found in our natural foods, actually. And so you can incorporate these into your products, and they have major benefits on the endocannabinoid system as well.
So what does THC, what does cannabis do for it? Well, how important is cannabis to the system?
Well, the cannabis offers you a number of different phytocannabinoid substances that can mirror the effects of the endocannabinoid substances. And so when you get that mirroring, you can get the benefits of targeting those endocannabinoid receptors and those linkages and those the molecules that are incorporated into the endocannabinoid system. What I mean is that when you use THC or CBD, actually CBD, you actually upregulate the endocannabinoid system so that it blocks the degradation pathway, and so that increases the levels of the natural endocannabinoids. So there's a great deal of interaction. Now,
Now for the layperson though who's listening, how does that affect the overall body, and what does that do for your ability to fight disease?
Well, there's a number of different ways. So first of all, there's probably the most prominent one is the anti-inflammatory, the immunologic phase. So it's helping you control the inflammation and the antioxidant effects from when we produce a lot of adverse chemicals. We produce oxidation, and these damage the molecules, and the cannabinoids actually block that effect, and they restore a balance to the body through the immunologic and the immunologic system. And so by balancing that, then they will correct it. There's also neurotransmitter effects where it's blocking the results of depression, anxiety, and neurodegeneration like Alzheimer's disease and Parkinson's. Plus, it has metabolic effects very specifically that incorporate into the mitochondria and to the other portions of the body that balance out the body. Now, everybody's an individual and nobody has a specific pattern. Everybody's got their own specific pattern as to what really gets them the greatest benefits. And so you have to, I wish we knew exactly what those patterns were in order to figure out what the phytocannabinoids and other substances need to be used in order to rectify those problems, but we don't. And so it amounts to trial and error to find out what works for each individual.
Again, for the audience, these receptors, CB1 and CB2 that the Colonel was talking about, CB1 receptors are basically in your head, in your brain, and CB2 are basically everywhere else. Now, the interesting thing about cannabis is because we have, as the Colonel says, we create our own endocannabinoids. Those endocannabinoids cross the brain's blood barrier. And that's why the cannabis can be effective in your brain, because other things are not available to your brain, and cannabis is. Am I correct again, sir?
Yes, you are. You're exactly right. That the penetration to the blood-brain barrier and the improvement in the barrier function of the blood-brain barrier is enhanced with the cannabinoids as well.
Oh, I never heard that. What does that mean?
Well, that means that when we get inflammation or trauma to the brain, we get a leaky brain. In fact, a leaky gut is a close relative of leaky brain. And when that leaky brain gets open, there's a separate circulation for the brain and around the nerve tissues and the immunologic cells around the nerves. And when that barrier is broken up because of trauma, then it has a leak that lets these inflammatory particles that may be in the bloodstream into the brain, and it exacerbates and makes it worse, the inflammation in the brain, and it can lead to other trauma. It can also lead to swelling in the brain at the same time, whereas all the cannabinoids actually stop that particular process, and they reinforce the impermeability of the blood-brain barrier to prevent these other chemicals and inflammatory molecules from getting into the brain and the eye as well.
Wow. Well, I need to jump in here. We're getting down to the end of the first half hour, and the audience who's paying attention to this great broadcast today, do note that this is going to be a two-part interview because Colonel Blair has quite more to share. That almost rhymes, en contraire. And he's put together a wonderful product that will be of benefit for you to learn about. A quick mention about your product, Colonel.
Yeah, it's called beta-caryophyllene. It's actually a terpene phytocannabinoid. So I call it a phytocannabinoid because it is found in cannabis, but it's also found in a couple dozen other types of plants like cloves and black pepper. But it has signaling properties on the CB2 receptor and other cannabinoid receptors as well. But it doesn't have any effect on the CB1 receptor. So it cannot make you high, but it can make you anti-inflamed. It can have a lot of other benefits that go along with it. So now
we're gonna have to discuss this fully in the next episode. I can just tell.
Yeah, and so let's wrap this up now. And Al Graham, why don't you give us a little shout out for PACE?
Yeah, people advocating cannabis education. You can find us at paceradio.net. We have new programming or broadcasts 7 days a week.
And Al Byrne, remind people of your fantastic book.
Yep, I have a fantastic book. Yep. But listen, what you want to guys do is to come back and listen to the Colonel here in the next half hour, and we're going to talk very specifically about his product. And I mean, just what he said right now, I got 3 questions. So stay in this.
All right. And I do, again, want to thank you, Colonel, for being part of our big broadcast, and ask all of you out there who are listening and watching to please share us with your friends. Check out timeforhemp.news. You get all kinds of free downloads, lots of great music, all about letting the whole world know how important it is to take time for hemp.
Look at all that money. Yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper. 'cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for hemp. Well, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rent. Well, it's time for hemp. Throughout us history, hemp has been used, no mystery. Hemp was legal to pay your taxes for more than a century. Check your faxes. The founding fathers make sense to me. It's time to grow hemp legally. Think of all its uses. It's money that's well spent right now. No excuses, it's time for hemp. Sustainable green industry, that's our intent. A better place this world will be. It's time for hemp. Fueling food and clothes and soap. Housing, cars, your car's no joke. Henry Ford built a car of hemp. It's time for us to do it again. People be employed with balanced farming as it's meant right now. It's time for hemp. Hemp is a true necessity for the wealth and protection of this country. Thomas Jefferson spoke those words. He knew the value of these herbs. It's time to lift the hemp band. It's time to make a strong stand. Yes, we can. I know we can. We can make a difference. Yes, we can. Just like birds of a feather. Yeah, the money that they spend. Take another look and take some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, 'cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation. Yeah, it's time for him.
Time for Hemp is a Pace Radio Network content provider.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponic shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at Pace Radio.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
how the bells, sweet silver bells, all seem to say, throw cares away. Christmas is here, bringing good cheer to young and old, meek and the bold. Ding dong, that is the song, with joyful ring all carolling. One seems to hear words of good cheer from everywhere, fill in the air. Oh, how they pound, raising their sound, o'er hill and dale, telling their tale. Gaily they ring while people sing songs of good cheer. Christmas is here. Merry, 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 merry Christmas. Merry, 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 merry Christmas. Merry, merry Christmas. On they send, on without end, their joyful tone to every home. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Da 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 da. Sweet silver bells all seem to say, throw cares away. We will throw cares. Christmas is here. Christmas is here. Bringing good cheer to young and old, meek and the bold. Oh, how they pound, raising their sound, o'er hill and dale, telling their tale. Gaily they ring while people sing songs of good cheer. Christmas is here. Merry, 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 merry Christmas. Merry, 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 merry Christmas. Merry, merry Christmas. On they send, on without end, their joyful tone to every home. La da 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 da, la da 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 da. Hark how the bud, sweet sticky buzz, all seem to say, smoke me away. Green sticky weed for you and me, time floating by, Christmas while high. Hark how the bud, sweet sticky buzz, all seem to say, smoke me away. Green sticky weed for you and me, time floating by, Christmas while high. Oh, how we like all night, singing old toking nibbles. Merry, merry, merry Mona, merry, 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 merry Mona. Christmas is here, pot brings good cheer, inhale the smoke, leave Santa a toke.
Smoking around the cannabis tree, smoking herb from a new crop. Mistletoe hung where you can see, every couple tries to stop. Smoking around the cannabis tree, getting high in the smoke ring. Later we'll have some peanut butter pie and we'll do some caroling. You're sure to get an euphoric feeling when you hear voices singing. Let's be jolly, toke some smoke with Bud and Holly. Rocking around the cannabis tree, have a hempy holiday. Everyone's smoking merrily, getting high along the way. You're sure to get an euphoric feeling when you hear voices singing. Let's be jolly, toke some smoke with Bud and Holly. Smoking around the cannabis tree. Herb improves the holiday. Everyone's toking merrily on a good old-fashioned day. Shop, 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 ha, ha.
Oh, the weather outside is frightful, but the herb is so delightful. Since we got a place to toke,
Let us smoke, let us smoke, let us smoke. Twist a joint and get it burned. A good buzz is what I'm yearning.
when high I'm a happy bloke.
Let us smoke, let us smoke, let us smoke.
When we finally say goodnight,
And it's time for smoking out on my own.
I roll a fatty really tight and get high all the way home.
Before the smoke is completed, and while my friends are all still seated, I'll break out a new bag of smoke. Let us toke, let us toke, let us toke.
I'm dreaming of a green Christmas, because good ganja makes me glow, where the plant tops are hazy with an aroma that's crazy and gives a great buzz from head to toe. I'm dreaming of a green Christmas, with every fat jay that I like. It makes my days seem merry and bright, and makes every Christmas seem right.
I'm dreaming of a green Christmas, because good ganja makes me glow,
where the plant tops are hazy with an aroma that's crazy and gives a great buzz from head to toe. I'm dreaming of a green Christmas, with every fat jay that I like. It makes my day merry and bright, and it makes every Christmas seem right.
The smoke floats up. We're hiding out all my friends. The party's on, it's 420 here. We pack a bong and fill with cheer. Simply having a smoke out with all my friends. Simply having a smoke out with all my friends. The circle of friends pass the bong, the smoky bong. Simply having a smoke out with all my friends. Simply having a smoke out with all my friends. The word is out all over town. We've got great ganja and we pass it around. Oh, simply having a smoke out with all my friends. Simply having a smoke out with all my friends. Our circle of close friends enjoy the bong. They pass it around all year long. The bong, 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 the bong. The party's on, the spirit's up. We're here tonight and that's enough. Simply having a smoke out with all my friends. Simply having a smoke out with all my friends. Simply having a smoke out with all my friends. Simply having a smoke out with all my friends. Simply having a smoke out with all my friends. Simply having a smoke out with all my friends. A wonderful 420 time. Ooh, yeah. As the candles glow, we pass the pipe with cheer. The laughter warms as snow drifts down the lane. As we lift our hearts, the hempen gifts appear. A wreath of green relieves December strain. The hemp wrap bows adorn each friend's surprise. We taste the joy in cookies fresh and sweet. With buds we share, the holiday is complete. The table set with a festive hemp delight. The warm cider stirs with subtle herbal grace. We toast to love beneath the soft starlight. And pass the pipe to every smiling face. The stockings hang with hemp and craft so fair. When buds unite, the smoke circle feels right. And the buds we light, when sharing buds with buds, the joy is true. When sharing buds with buds, the night feels new. As we talk and smoke and puff and play, the green delight will light the way. When sharing buds with buds, the cheer shines through. The gift of hemp sustains the earth we tread. Its fiber strong, its promise never ends. We weave its cloth for our festive table spread, and through its strength how the holiday extends. A greener world we see with hopeful eyes. When passing cannabis, our smoky hearts embrace. The buds we share bring love to every place. When sharing buds with buds, the joy is true. When sharing buds with buds, the night feels new. As we toke and smoke and puff and play, the green delight will light the way. When sharing buds with buds, the cheer shines through.
I don't want a lot for Christmas. There is just one thing I need. I don't care about the presents underneath the Christmas tree. I don't need to hang my stocking there upon the fireplace. Santa Claus won't make me happy with a toy on Christmas Day. I just want her for my own, more than you could ever know. Pack my pipe and let's all toke. All I want for Christmas is green smoke. Oh, I won't ask for much this Christmas. I won't even wish for snow. And I'm just gonna keep on waiting underneath the mistletoe. I won't make a list and send it to the North Pole for St. Nick. I won't even stay awake to hear those magic reindeer click. 'Cause I just want some herb tonight, packed into a bowl real tight. I wanna puff and toke. Baby, all I want for Christmas is green smoke. Oh, the lights are shining so brightly everywhere, as the smell of tasty herb and laughter fills the air. Oh, everyone is smoking and singing carols while toking. Santa, won't you bring me what I really, really need? Won't you please bring some cannabis to me? Oh, I don't want a lot for Christmas. This is all I'm asking for. I just want some cannabis that when I smoke it, it makes me so. I just want her for my own, more than I could ever told. Make my wish come true. Oh, baby, all I want for Christmas is green smoke. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da.
Cannabis on holidays will be smoked in many ways by friends this Christmas. And as we smoke a J, we'll gather round for food and play when day ends this Christmas. With pipes and joints blazing bright, we'll go caroling through the night. And this Christmas is sure to be a stony Christmas beneath the tree. THC drinks bring us cheer. I can't wait to fly high this year with you. this Christmas. And when you come around, I'm gonna smoke a leafy pound with you. This Christmas, with pipes and joints blazing bright, we'll go caroling through the night. And this Christmas is sure to be a stony Christmas beneath the tree. Here's some smoke, take a toke now. Here's some smoke, take a toke now. Smoking fatties bring us cheer, and I'm gonna blaze a pound this year with you. This Christmas, it's gonna be a grand holiday when the moment comes to smoke a J with you. This Christmas, by the fireside we'll be blazing bright with cannabis when sparks ignite. And this Christmas is sure to be a stony Christmas for you and me. Merry Christmas, take a toke, enjoy the smoke, wish your loved ones a Merry Christmas. Yeah, pack your bong and come along, blaze with someone who you love this Christmas. Yeah. Merry Christmas. Hey, Merry, Merry Christmas. Merry, Merry Christmas. Let's smoke a J and have a, let's blaze away the holiday. Say hey, 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 hey. When the bells all ring and the horns all blow and the couples we know are engaged in smoking,
Will I be puffing with you, or will I be alone while toking?
maybe it's much too early in the game.
Ooh, but I thought I'd ask you just the same.
With who will you be smoking on New Year's, this New Year's Eve?
I wonder whose pipe you were packing real tight and light when it's exactly 12 o'clock that night.
Welcoming in the new year,
Welcoming in the new year,
this New Year's Eve.
maybe I'm crazy to suppose I'd ever be the one you chose.
But since my cannabis is potent, I have a hunch you won't refuse.
Ooh, but in case I stand one little chance,
here comes the burning question in advance. What are you doing New Year's, this New Year's Eve?
thirsting hearts are glowing. Cannabis is here to light the way. Hemp and joy together gently flowing. Peace and laughter greet the brand new day. No more stress, no fear of not knowing. We embrace the green and choose to stay. In the light we dance and sway. No dry January, no need for sorrow. Cannabis can sparkle just as well. Sip a drink that lifts a bright tomorrow. CBD can break the old blue spell. Hemp, oil, and rosin we can borrow. Stacked with love, they cast a healing spell. In our hearts, the leafy green will always dwell. Cannabis makes the new year bright. It lifts us up with leafy light. We find our joy, we find our peace. We let our worries fade and cease. Yes, cannabis makes the new year bright. Workouts feel like mountains deep and aching. Cannabis can soothe the client with care. Topicals and tinctures cause a gently waking of muscles that get sore from daily wear. Runners highs and tranquil steps we're taking. THC and CBD do much repair. When the smoke is strong, we get light as air. Sweet returns with hemp, sweet lullaby, KVD, and dreams begin to bloom. THC whispers from the sky, smoke prepares the air in every room. Microdose and rest, there's no need to try. Cannabis can clear the mental gloom. It brings peaceful nights and takes away the doom. Cannabis makes the new year bright. It lifts us up with leafy light. Oh, we find our joy, we find our peace. We let our worries fade and cease. Yes, cannabis makes the new year bright.
Smoking herb rocks. Smoking herbs fun, just go ask anyone. Huffing and puffing up bushels of fun. Now that the smoke out has begun, smoking herbs, smoking herb rocks. Getting real high, watching time fly by, inhaling and sailing and twisting up more until we start to soar. What a bright time to spark a lifetime, smoke the night away. Getting high time is always my time to pack a bowl and find friends to play. Fire up, pass the pipe, share with your friends, smoke herb around the clock. I'm huffing and a puffing when every day ends because smoking herb rocks. What a bright time to spark a lifetime to smoke the night away. Getting high time is always my time to pack a bowl and find friends to play. Fire up, pass the pipe, share with your friends, smoke herb around the clock. I'm huffing and a puffing when every day ends because smoking herb rocks. One minute to midnight, 1 minute to go. 1 minute to say goodbye before we say hello.
Oh, let's start the new year right at 12 o'clock on New Year's night. That's when we'll spark a light and begin a cannabis flight. Smoking the old year out, toking the new year in, letting frustrations out, getting another token. Let's watch the old year die with a smoky goodbye.
It's only right
As we enjoy our cannabis high, watching time fly by. Smoking the old year out, toking the new year in, letting frustrations out, getting another token. Let's smoke the time away in a pipe or twisted J. Either one is quite okay. Let's just toke away the Smoking the old year out, talking the new year in, letting frustrations out, getting another token. Smoking the old year out, talking the new year in, letting frustrations out, getting another token.
The clock strikes 12, a breath of hope begins. We leave behind the weight of yesteryear. With hemp beside us, peace flows from within. Its gentle touch dissolves the edge of fear. No longer bound by stress or aching skin. We rise anew with purpose crystal clear. The path ahead is green, serene, and now sincere. A dry January calls for sober cheer. Yet cannabis brings joy without the haze. A calming balm, a friend who stays near, to lift our hearts and brighten weary days. It soothes the mind and makes resolution dear. No need for wine to dance or feel a blaze. We toast with tinctures, with laughter in our gaze. Let's walk the green fields of tomorrow, where healing grows and sheds our sorrow. With every puff we rise and mend, with every leaf our hearts transcend. Let's walk the green fields of tomorrow.
The gym awaits, our muscles ache and burn. But hemp's relief restores our strength with grace. Recovery comes with every herbal turn. A balm for joints puts a smile upon the face. We learn to rest, to breathe, to slowly earn the gains we seek, not just the frantic pace. We find our rhythm in a kinder space. Sleep finds us now, not chased but gently won, with CBD and dreams that softly bloom. The racing thoughts dissolve, the day is done, and cannabis smoke begins to fill the room. We rise refreshed beneath the morning sun, with sharper minds and joy that finds its bloom. The plant has turned the dark to light and removed the gloom. Let's walk the green fields of tomorrow, where healing grows and sheds our sorrow. With every puff we rise and mend, with every leaf our hearts transcend. Let's walk the green fields of tomorrow. Fields of green grow wild and free. Whispers of hope in every tree. Gold in the fiber, strong and true. Hemp holds the magic we never knew. Roots run deep where the sun will shine. Leaves so bold breaking through the line. It's not just a plant, it's a beating heart, giving us strength to make a fresh start. Hemp pilots rise and soar, a brighter future knocking at our door. Wrap the world in threads of gold. Hemp's a story waiting to be told. Making dreams from its endless strands, bricks and all shaped by human hands. It fuels our fire, gives power, heal. Feels so alive, it's the real deal. Here comes the wind, it's blowing our way. Hemp in the air, it's a brand new day. Up we climb on this endless road. Hemp keeps weaving a world full of hope. Hemp pilots rise and soar, a brighter future knocking at our door. Wrap the world in threads of gold. Hemp's a story waiting to be told. and care. Holiday cheer keeps on showing. Cannabis smoke perfumes the air. Wreaths of hemp with twine are hanging. Laughter, joy, and friendship flowing. The green delight keeps spirits glowing. Whoa, oh, 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 yeah. Gifts are wrapped with them so kindly. Herbal teas bring warmth and peace. Friends are singing songs so brightly. As pipes are passed, our worries cease. The stocking filled with them creations. As we smoke and toke, the night is warming. And the green delight has smiles forming. Oh, 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 oh. Make the holidays bright with green. Hey! Make the holidays bright with green. Make the holidays bright and serene. Cannabis lifts hearts so high. Hemp gives shine and catch the eye. Make the holidays bright with green. Table spreads with hemp in clothing, golden bread and hemp seed pies. Cookies baked with can of butter, infused with joy that multiplies. Hope and peace and a greener season. Friends unite, the herbs delighting. Green delight keeps hearts igniting. Make the holidays bright with green. Hey! Make the holidays bright with green. Make the holidays bright and serene. Cannabis lifts hearts so high. Hemp gives shine and catch the eye. Make the holidays bright with green.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they spend. Take another look and take some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper cause it hurts the environment. And stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for him.
Well, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil.
People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rent. Well, it's time for him.
Throughout Earth's history, hemp has been used, no mystery.
Hemp was legal to pay our taxes for more than a century. Check your faxes. The founding fathers make sense to me. It's time to grow hemp legally. Ooh, ah.
Think of all its uses, it's money that's well spent.
Right now,
no excuses.
It's time for hemp.
Sustainable green industry, that's our intent.
A better place this world will be. It's time for hemp. Fuel and food and clothes and soap. Hose and cows and cars, no joke. Henry Ford built a car out of hemp. It's time for us to do it again. People be employed with balanced farming as it's meant. Right now, it's time for hemp. Hemp is a true necessity for the wealth and protection of this country.
Thomas Jefferson spoke those words. He knew the value of these herbs.
It's time to lift the hemp and it's time to make a strong stand. Yes, we can. I know we can. We can make a difference. Yes, we can. Just like birds of a feather, we can work together and lift the hemp band. Look at all the money, yeah, the money that they spent. Take another look and take some time for hemp. Don't cut trees for paper cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for hemp.
Stop deforestation, yeah. It's time for him.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.